A Beasley Media Group station live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5, The Fanatic, and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Never in my life have I ever wished for my weekend to move forward faster. Never,
that is a first.
Never in my life have I said I need the weekend to end so that the week can start, Johnny. Welcome to the week of Super Bowl 59. We'll tell you about what we're doing all week long, but first we start on a football Monday here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
NFC champions for the second time in 3 years, led by Nick Sirianni. This season is one that we will forever remember.
They did it again, and the dream of New Orleans is on, and your Birds are NFC champions.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Monday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, I just heard you in the little open there. The Birds are NFC champions. That's old news. Welcome to Super Bowl week.
We made it. We made it, and I just want to do a public service announcement. If you are coming in from Chester County, be careful. There is a ton of black ice out there.
Oh, yeah, we don't want that.
I was surprised this morning. I heard nothing about it. By the time I took a little NyQuil last night, was a little battling a little bit of a cold this weekend. And by the time I woke up this morning, I didn't realize it had snowed last night.
It was sleeting in my area. Oh, yeah, man.
People had cars. Cars were driving with snow on top of them and everything. I'm like a thin coating, but just be careful out there. It's supposed to be warm.
Welcome to life, Mr. NyQuil.
Yeah, Brendan Gunn is wearing shorts.
Yeah.
So you can tell it's Super Bowl week. We've arrived at Super Bowl week. We've talked about this game since the summer. Would the Eagles be able to get here? They got here, and I want everybody to enjoy every freaking minute of this week.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot of fun all week long for us. We'll talk about Radio Row and everything as the day goes on.
Sure.
But, it's awesome. I saw a text from you last night in your NyQuil stupor.
Before NyQuil kicked in.
Yeah, it was kicking in at the time. But you sent some things that I just took note of, like my journalistic degree would tell you. I know how to take quotes. Here are two quotes from the text message.
Is this before the NyQuil?
I guess you texted me.
Well,
I don't know when
it was
you
after
took your NyQuil.
It was after I took the NyQuil.
I don't have a live stream in your house,
so
that would be weird.
We could sell that.
All right, your two quotes. Nobody can ruin my vibe on this team's chances. The second quote on this Monday vibe leading into Super Bowl 59.
And by the way, the fact that I used the word vibe
exactly, you must have
totally
been messed up.
Seriously, because I don't use that word.
The second quote in the text, separate topic. Quote, I'm not feeling the same energy about going to the bowl around town this time around 2 years ago. End quote.
Yes.
So it's a vibe check Monday. And I want to know where the people are at as we're getting closer and closer to this game. On Friday, you were out on Friday, took a personal day.
Did enjoy it. The Shady Maple was fantastic.
I'm happy for you.
And Lancaster has got a lot to offer. I hadn't been to Lancaster in probably 30 years.
Beautiful town, man.
It was nice.
So Connor and I did the show, and part of the show was the reaction or the conversation that we had Thursday night. We were at the Phillies Sports Trip Eagles Give Back event.
Which was awesome.
Amazing.
Really nice event.
And every Eagles fan that you talked to, and there was over 150 Eagles fans there, was just oozing with confidence going into this game. Like, everyone's kind of on the same page. They realize that the Eagles are the better team. They do realize that the Chiefs have Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes and Steve Spagnolo, which is obviously some key factors, major factors.
Yeah, let's take that into consideration a little
absolutely.
bit. Yeah.
They're going for a three-peat, whereas the Eagles are trying to get one. So we understand all those factors, but once you put those aside, which that's a big kind of rock to move, you realize that the Eagles are the better team. And if it was the exact same conversation, but it was Josh Allen and Sean McDermott, the Eagles are the favorites going into this game because the Eagles are the better team overall talent-wise compared to the Buffalo Bills. The same goes between the Eagles and Chiefs. But because the Chiefs have Mahomes and Andy Reid and Spags, obviously that's a big part when it comes to setting the line. But let's react to your two quotes here, Johnny. Let's start with number one. Nobody can ruin my vibe on this team's chances. Explain yourself.
No one's going to talk me out of the fact exactly what you just stated. The Eagles are the better team. And I'm not going to let any of the noise of the week distract me from the Eagles are the better team. And no one can argue if they're going to go factually, groups by groups. If you want to talk head coach, Andy Reid gets the edge. If you're going to talk quarterback, yes, Patrick Mahomes gets the edge. But if you're telling me that you can go other groups and say, oh, man, well, the Chiefs are definitely better here, you're stretching. So no one is going to move me off that. I'm not going to let any of the angst of the week of going, you're going up against one of the all-time greats, move me off the fact the Birds are the better team in this matchup.
You'll have butterflies.
If you just talk football,
right.
if you overlay the rosters and you asked an NFL coach or even an NHL coach, John Tortorella would know this too, you ask them and say, what crew would you take here? What running back would you take? What top 2 wide receivers would you take? How would you go here with the defensive secondary? And I do believe the defensive secondary, which, by the way, I think is fairly close. I really love the Eagles in this game. I think they're the better team, and I'm not going to be moved off of it. I'm not going to let any of the angst of the week change my opinion.
Yeah, you'll have butterflies.
Yes,
you'll have
absolutely
natural human nerves, but when it comes to the game itself, like you're not going to do the radio bait and switch.
No, I'm not going to do it. Yes,
that we see in the city all the time.
All of
a sudden I'm nervous, or all of a sudden I'm confident. It always sways.
And I'm also going to say it clearly from the beginning of the week. So there's no wavering, and I'm not going to do if you're on a fence, about a fence. The Philadelphia Eagles not only will win the Super Bowl, they should win the Super Bowl.
Wow, you're going should.
And this should not be a game that we're talking about next Monday where they have lost. They should be the favorites. In my mind, they are the favorites.
I agree with you.
And they better deliver. They better deliver. Because I don't believe that this should be one that we just go, oh, well, it's great. They had a great season, but they ran up against Patrick Mahomes. No, you ran up against Patrick Mahomes, and you had the better team. So I'm saying that a week out. So no nonsense.
Right. Okay. Now,
no wavering.
Quote number 2. I'm not feeling the same energy about going to the bowl around town this time around 2 years ago. I can't disagree with you more.
Really? You're feeling more? You're telling me you feel more energy and excitement about this team out and about than you felt than when they went 2 years ago?
Revenge against the Kansas City Chiefs is a big part of it. This team has been ripped constantly, or at least the way they've been winning.
Oh, they have been.
For the last, 6 weeks, I guess we'll say, because this wasn't a talking point in week 6, 7, 8, or 9, right? This was a talking point when they got to the playoffs, and even before the playoffs, when the people started looking at the playoff bracket and they go, oh, the Eagles could be the sneaky team that gets eliminated early because look at their passing numbers. I think people are ready to go to war for the Philadelphia Eagles with the way they've been talked about over the last month and a half, with the revenge factor of the Kansas City Chiefs. And I do think there's also a lot of backing from people outside of Philadelphia because they don't want to see a three-peat. Jamar Chase talked about how he wants the Eagles to win. He's straight up said, I want the Eagles to win because I'm tired of the Kansas City Chiefs. I think people are starting to eat that up around.
Okay, I get that point, but I don't think the energy in the streets is the people around town.
Well, maybe not on the buggies in Lancaster.
It doesn't have the same energy that, to me, that a couple of years ago did. Now, the thing is, I don't think that's a bad thing either.
Okay. Why don't you think it's because we act like we belong?
Yes.
That's cool.
It's not a negative. It's almost like we're acting like something I've been begging for.
Right.
Is that we act like not the 100-year-old drunk faster stuff. None of that crap. We act like we're the better team, we belong there, and we should come home with a win. I like the swagger, the more low-key, like, oh, I don't want to act like we just got called our name on The Price is Right.
I'm going to tell you this. I was at the Deptford Mall yesterday.
Okay. Didn't know it existed anymore.
We tried bowling with Cooper. It did not go well.
With the ramp?
Yeah.
Okay.
He hated it. But we walked through a sporting goods store on the way into the bowling alley, and they had 12 picnic tables of Eagles gear. They were almost empty.
And it looked like a bomb had hit it.
Because people are ready to go. Mr. Streets, we'll hear from you next, because Connor actually lives in the city and
He lives
parades
in the streets?
He parades the streets.
I was around this weekend.
He's the guy that pops out through the alleyway, right, and just says, "Hey, who wants to party?" That's Connor with the mustache.
Jensen Boone.
With the mustache, you're gonna get arrested soon with that. So we'll hear what the streets are actually saying. Also, I'm feeling good about this game as well. But an X factor we're not talking about enough is one of the coaches on Kansas City. And I'm not talking about Andy Reid. We'll discuss that next. Here from Lane Johnson coming up next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Vitalico, and so.
here on Kincade and Salciunas on a Vibe Check Monday. Johnny Kincade texting the word vibe, so maybe hell froze over.
I did text my wife and I said I used the word vibe. I do not use the word vibe.
Well, NyQuil's a hell of a drug, man.
NyQuil kicked in.
And all of a sudden you're texting vibe.
I do not use the word vibe, and you know how much I don't like vibes.
So the one thing
DJ AAA made that.
The one thing that I'm really going to keep an eye on is in Super Bowl 59. And obviously Mahomes and Andy Reid's the first thing that comes to everybody's mind. But looking at Spags and the pressure that he can bring. Now, he brings pressure over the course of a game. But what he does that's made him so successful is the fourth quarter. Hey, I've been showing you one thing all game long.
Change it up.
Gotcha. Here comes a cornerback blitz. You saw the last play for Josh Allen. They weren't bringing that kind of pressure throughout the course of the game. Big 4th and 5. Spags dials up something differently. And Josh Allen, he didn't see it, right? He got confused at the line of scrimmage. And Jalen Hurts has been spectacular at calling out blitzes before plays. He has been. And he's been getting the ball out quick when he reads the blitz. But when you have an experienced defensive coordinator like this, it's the timely blitzes, not just in the fourth quarter, but over the course of the game. So here's Lane Johnson, who spoke over the weekend about going up against the Steve Spagnolo defense, which he has had now multiple times, especially in the Super Bowl just 2 years ago, and how difficult it can be.
Yeah, I mean, he presents a lot of different looks, and they look very similar. And so he likes to bring a lot of edge pressure, and when they know you're trying to slide to Chris, they'll send something out of the way to try to mess up your slide. So, I think they're very dynamic with what they do, and they've always played well together. But they do a good job of working well together. D-line, you look at the linebacker, secondary, they don't make many mistakes. Like they're very detailed what they do.
Yeah, and then
that's high praise, by the way.
It is, and look, he's gone up against it.
Exactly.
Right, and again, when you're an offensive lineman against a Steve Spagnolo defense, you're not just worried about the defensive end in front of you. You have to worry about the cornerback coming off the edge.
You're busy.
Well. Yeah,
you're busy. It's going to be a busy day for you.
So that's like the one thing where I
don't mind that.
I'm almost more worried about that. Is Jalen? And look, now good thing is Jalen faced it 2 years ago, but This defense is now more experienced. Remember, that was all those rookies that they had on that team. Now 2 more years in the system of Steve Spagnolo and in the NFL.
By the way, Jalen chewed up Steve Spagnolo's defense.
He did?
2 years ago.
Yeah.
With less talent, that team. I mean, this is a better team. The fact that Steve Spagnolo now has to account for Saquon Barkley.
Absolutely.
Completely changes this game. And the fact that on the first play of the Super Bowl that he touched the ball, there was a reported broken wrist. Your running back breaks his wrist. Miles Sanders breaks a wrist.
On his first play, right.
So this is different. When you're trying to defend Saquon for 4 quarters, it is a completely different animal.
Right, absolutely.
But I am never going to doubt that Steve Spagnolo can make this a miserable afternoon for an NFL quarterback.
All right, Connor, what were the streets saying?
Oh, man, people are going nuts.
Yeah,
the vibes are very, very high.
I think you were in Lancaster for too long.
I haven't had a conversation in any building I've walked into in the past week that didn't end with the Go Birds, talk about the Eagles, talk about the game. It's all people are thinking about.
Wow.
You were hanging out with John Book too much.
Hey, out in Landview, it was a little different, but I'm hoping that people aren't just too laid back on this one. I love the confidence.
No,
stuff.
I think
no one's laid back in the city.
The amount of text messages that were going back and forth on my phone about Super Bowl plans and where you're watching, all that kind of stuff.
It's going to be an amazing day.
I was with my parents this weekend. The Elks is already preparing for people to get there like 8 hours before kickoff.
I would think they would. They're Elks.
Come on, man. We're living in different areas.
They're Elks.
All right, coming up next, we get back to our main question. Also, you're going to hear from Tom Brady, who will be on the call this Sunday. Hear what he says about this Eagles roster next. I'll tell you right now, you're going to love it. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Welcome to Super Bowl week. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Moyer Indoor and Outdoor Services, locally family owned and operated for 150 years. Moyer's been keeping lawns green and lush and homes pest free. Go to eMoyer.com for free estimates. We finally made it to Super Bowl week. Eagles Chiefs, February 9th from New Orleans at Super Bowl 59. Tonight at 8 p.m. will be opening night with the players fielding media questions down in New Orleans. Dave Zangaro joined the Best Show Ever Friday and talks about the team having the right vibe right now.
The Eagles are a really connected team. Like, this team has the right vibe to it. And I know that that's not what always wins games, but I give Nick Sirianni a lot of credit for creating the culture around this team.
With the team already down there in the Big Easy, we'll keep you updated on all the news ahead of the big game. Flyers fell to the Avalanche 2-0 yesterday. Sixers lost to the Celtics 118-110. Both teams off tonight, both back in action tomorrow night. We'll talk to Andrew DeCecco for the entire 8 o'clock hour. This update's also brought to you by Rapid Radios. Their instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey, it's Ricky Metallico from the...
6:25-year-old Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Weird. Can I still call it a Victory Monday?
Yeah, you know what? You can because we've got a Super Bowl on Sunday.
All right, so Victory
God,
Monday.
it's so much. It is so freaking awesome.
Presented to you by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com.
You have things on your list before we leave into airspace tomorrow? Like, do you have things that you want to make sure you've done before, like, planning ahead for the weekend or anything like that? Because we will be back for the weekend.
Okay. What,
like,
for Super Bowl Sunday?
Like you're planning for or anything like that.
Nah, I'm not thinking that.
I understand you and Connor are going to have some plans. You're
Well, yeah, that's why I don't need to plan anything. Connor and I, me and Bill and Connor Thomas doing the pregame show from Patty Wax on South Street.
Great spot, by the way.
And Connor and I are going to stick around and do the watch party there. So if you want to come on out, please, we would love to see you, love to hang out with you, and love to celebrate, hopefully, an Eagles Super Bowl victory from Patty Wax. Now, speaking of vibes, because today's a Vibe Check Monday. If you're just tuning in, John texted me last night, quote, "Nobody can ruin my vibe on this team's chances," which
I'm like
is a
DJ
quote
AAA.
I love.
Yeah,
but the other quote I don't agree with. So we would love to hear from you because maybe it's different locations. We do live in totally different spots
Right.
of the
geography.
Exactly. I'm in South Jersey. You're in the Westchester area.
Correct.
I'm not feeling the same energy about going to the bowl around town this time 2 years ago. Now, you're not saying that's a bad thing.
No. I'm saying that maybe it's a more like, look, when you make the Super Bowl and you haven't been in a long time, it's like you're a contestant on The Price is Right.
Right. You're just so
Like,
excited.
You're so excited. You're so, like, shocked. Everything. There's a little bit of a swagger, and I don't think it's a bad thing. But I don't sense. And two, we also travel in different circles.
We do. Yeah.
Age groups, things like
Right.
that.
Yeah.
That I feel like people are almost like a little more nonchalant about this one than they were the previous two.
So the beauty of Patty Wax.
Yes.
You need a good omen or a good vibe. I was there for a Phillies watch party. Now, I know the Phillies don't always scream good omens, but it was the 2-home-run Harper Arcia stare-down game.
Oh, that's a great night.
Love
So
that.
being in that
That was a
bar
great moment.
for those 2 home runs may have been one of the most electric moments of my sports fandom. When people noticed the stare down on Arcia, the place was rocking.
I remember your socials from that night.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And the place looked like a zoo.
So I can't wait to experience the Super Bowl from there. That's times 50.
it's gonna be a great week because there are things you want to like start to in the beginning of the week be thinking about.
Right. Exactly. So I hear you, but
You know what I mean.
I'm just gonna show with Patty Wax by 2:00. I got to prep the show. That's my planning.
That's
What
your
do you think
plan.
we'll be talking about?
We'll be talking about the big game. All right, real quick before we get to the phones and our text messages, because we're trying to find out what the vibe check is going into the game on the Monday of Super Bowl week. You can text in, call in 610-632-0975.
Just you saying it. gets
Super Bowl
me.
week. I
It's
said this
so much fun.
I said this to Christy yesterday. I said I can believe it because of the team and how good it is, but like I can't believe we're here.
Nah, it's great.
Because the storyline of this year was insane. I mean, we talked about it last week about the potential 30 for 30. All the drama.
Yes.
Starting with last year and spilling into this year and just everything. And the way they've won games has been different than what you're accustomed to in the NFL. And all the pushback that they've gotten from the national media. You can't win this way. You can't win this way. You can't win this way. And they're 4 quarters away from proving a lot of people wrong and maybe changing the direction for some teams in the NFL.
Have we ever gone to a Super Bowl, though? And this is what, and I like it, Jeff from D.C. checking in. He's like, look, we are the bully. Exact. Say it louder for the people in the back, John. He goes, we are the bully.
Yeah.
We're the better team in this matchup. But if we've never gone to the Super Bowl with swagger like this.
No. I think there was excitement going into 52.
There was a lot of excitement going into that game, but you couldn't have gone into that game going, we absolutely are the better team.
Right.
Yeah, I brought that up Friday when you were out. This is the first time that we've seen them go in where we're expecting them to win.
Right. You're feeling like I found myself this morning, except for the black ice, I found myself this morning saying, what's next Monday going to be
Right.
like?
Oh,
and
geez.
I don't want to rush anything of this week. I want
know.
to savor every minute
I know.
of what this week is going to be because I think we're all about to embark on something really special.
Yep, absolutely. 610-632-0975. How are we feeling the Monday of Super Bowl week? You can text and call in at 610-632-0975. But real quick, I know people feel a certain type of way about Brady. They think he's bad as a color analyst, which I don't totally disagree
I don't think
with
he
you.
is.
He's gotten better.
I think he's better than he was.
But there's obviously people that just don't like him because he's Tom Brady.
Right.
Well, when Tom Brady is speaking glowingly of your team, maybe you will like it. And, oh, by the way, Tom Brady has been a huge supporter of Jalen Hurts throughout all of this, which is crazy.
He's been a supporter of Jalen Hurts. He's been a complimentary of Jalen Hurts for a long time.
Yeah, and so when you hear the Chase Daniels of the world who are doing certain things probably for a reaction, Tom Brady's just calling it like he sees it. And he speaks glowingly of Jalen Hurts. Here's him speaking glowingly of the entire Eagles roster when he was interviewed by Colin Cowherd on Fox.
Sirianni has done a great job with the adversity this year and dealing with the adversity. And, I see him hot-tempered at times. I really like that attitude that he's got. There's a lot of consistency. You see that week to week. And I think there has been a lot of consistency over the course of the season from this team. When I think they're really unstoppable is when Jalen Hurts is playing in rhythm in the pass game. Because I look at that defense, the secondary's been consistent. They've been great all year. Fangio's scheme. Zach Bond's been as consistent as anybody. That D-line, Jalen Carter, Sweat, Jordan Davis, Milton Williams, those guys are consistent. So the entire defense is consistent. The running game's been there all year. That's consistent. A.J. Brown getting open man coverage at Devontae Smith. That's consistent. Goddard getting open, that's consistent. The line blocking well, that's consistent. When they can string a consistent rhythmic passing game together, I think they're pretty unstoppable.
I love hearing that.
He thinks that roster is pretty unstoppable.
It is. I mean, he loves what he sees out of them. And that's highly complimentary coming from the GOAT.
Yeah.
That is great to see. The one thing I would only disagree with Tom on that
All right.
is that you're talking about adversity. Nick Sirianni created his own adversity.
All right, but they dealt with it.
I got you. But I'm not going to praise somebody for handling the adversity when they create it.
You should.
Why?
Because let's use the old example that you use. If you start the fire and put it out, you shouldn't get the credit. Well,
that's what I'm doing. I'm not giving him credit for that.
So 10 houses on a street, and all 10 of them, the owner set their house on fire. And one guy puts his house out, and the other 9 burn to the ground. That guy gets more credit. There are plenty of coaches in the NFL that create their own drama and can't fix it. Plenty of teams that create their own drama and can't fix it. Nick Sirianni deserves credit based on what his peers are not able to do, which is make a team this consistently focused on what they're supposed to accomplish.
Can you tell me the other coaches that created their own adversity this year?
Absolutely. All the guys fired, take them and put them in the equation.
They created it, or did they not have talent?
I mean, there are plenty of coaches that created adversity this year by things that they've said. Saleh created it in New York with not being able to culture a relationship with the quarterback. Whether that's on him or not, that ends up on him.
I think he's got a quarterback that's a kook.
Okay, well, you've talked about Jalen Hurts not being the most gracious sometimes with the Nick Sirianni conversation. Nick Sirianni doesn't care. I mean, I could go through coaches in the league that create problems for themselves.
I think coaches create problems like a Matt Eberflus creates drama for himself with an in-game decision. Nick Sirianni did that too, multiple times.
Yeah, and he overcame
many times.
But he overcame
His team overcame it.
He overcame it too.
His team overcame the adversity. The decisions he made. The decisions he made in the New Orleans game. Decisions he made in the Jacksonville game. Decisions he made in the Cleveland game. His team overcame it to victory. He didn't overcome them. Yeah, he was the one making the dumb decision.
But we have also celebrated his maturation process over the course of the year.
I'll give him credit for that. But I'm not giving him credit for overcoming adversity that he creates. He's the drama guy.
What I will give him credit for is it could have gotten a lot worse. And instead of pouring kerosene on the flames, he did pour water on the flames.
I think he got called to the principal's office after the Cleveland game when they were 3-2, and he got called in and told, cut it the hell out.
Yeah, so credit to the organization as well.
Well, absolutely. No, I'll give them all the credit in the world. Cut it the hell out.
All right.
Stop doing this nonsense.
Now, that Brady audio we played for you.
Brady.
That was embedded in an article on Fox, John.
It was?
I'm going to tell you what the article is next. And I wonder how many of you listening today get uncomfortable when you hear it.
Uh-oh.
Even though you shouldn't be.
Is it naughty?
No.
Okay.
Maybe. It may actually be dirty talk for a lot of people. I'll be honest.
I love it.
It's about the Philadelphia Eagles. We'll also hear from you for the first time this morning. We know people that are making the drive down.
The drive down?
It is
That's
Kincade
awesome.
Salciunas on the Monday of the week of Super Bowl 59, Vibe Check Day, because Johnny's not totally feeling it from the people. And this isn't like a radio bit
No.
thing.
I'm just not feeling it.
I just think the people in Westchester are,
a little laid back.
Yeah, I think so. You got to be in the mean streets like Connor. Kincade Salciunas,
Damn right.
97.5 The Fanatic.
The Philadelphia 76ers.
Sixers win. Play that song.
The Philadelphia Flyers.
It's 97.5 The Fanatic. Monday, the week of Super Bowl 59.
Gosh, I'm so excited.
It's unbelievable, man. We're finally here. Last week, again, I said it in the little open at the beginning of the show. I've never wanted in my life for the weekend to hurry by. I wanted the weekend to hurry by this past weekend.
Yesterday, if I said it one more time, I was going to get a pot thrown at me. I kept saying, wow, a week from today, what am I going to do to pass? Like, what am I doing to pass the time next weekend? And she said, you got to find something to do Saturday.
Or are you going to drive her nuts?
No, we already made. Now we got mass
Nice.
Saturday afternoon and then dinner. So I made dinner reservations already. So I already got plans for that. So I'm like, okay. She goes, you must find something to do Saturday, or I may kill you. I think was the exact.
I think that's a fair trade-off.
So you got to find something to be able to get out there and do because it's going to be a wild weekend.
Dude, oh my God, yeah.
It's going to be
Super Bowl
amazing,
59, man.
And I got to bully Father Riley into having the choir and everybody. We sing "Fly Eagles Fly" after communion on Saturday, just for good luck.
I think you do it during communion.
They don't do it during communion. Then I think he'd really start to look. He's new, so he doesn't know how to handle me yet.
Well, man,
so
dude, during communion, go Birds.
I'd love that.
All right, so here's the article that might make people feel uncomfortable because you
All
know
right.
how people are about
Being
positivity and chesty
Yes.
and all that kind of stuff. Here's the headline from Henry McKenna on Fox, and this was the article that had the Tom Brady audio embedded in it that we just played for you last segment. Enough about the Chiefs. Could this be the beginning of an Eagles dynasty?
Oh my gosh. Oh, come on. Okay, I am very excited to hear the content.
Now, obviously, if the Eagles win a Super Bowl, you need to win one more, and you're, in
You can't-
dynasty
yeah.
talk.
You don't win one and talk about it.
But they won one, and we're just in one 2 years ago with this core, so you could start having that conversation, right?
Sure.
And so it's amazing. Here's one of the blurbs from the article. I'll give you more as the show goes on, but this is toward the tail end of the article. The Eagles have the GM, they have the coach, they have the quarterback. Those are the three most important elements of every dynasty. Those three can help sustain success. At this exact moment, they have truly great players, perhaps the most talented roster in the NFL.
I think it's true. And also, too, I think to have a dynasty, if you're ever even going to mention that word, you have to have youth.
And they got it.
And you have to have contract situations that are very favorable.
And they got it.
They've got that, too. So, to me, I don't even want to think about that, but I love the fact
I know
that
people don't want to think about
it.
it.
The thing is, though, but I love the fact that somebody else is thinking
That's a
about it.
third-party person, right? Henry McKenna, I don't know his
even know
upbringing,
Henry.
but I'm going to guess he's not an Eagles fan.
But
Just a guess.
if I meet Henry down in New Orleans, I'll buy him a Hurricane.
That sounds pretty good. All right, let's go to the phones. We got to do a vibe check on this Monday morning. Let's go to Seth in Philly. What's up, Seth?
Hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on?
What's
Good,
up,
Seth?
All right, vibe check is this. EAGLES Eagles. The city is on fire, but here's the thing, John. Here's what you're noticing.
All right.
We know not to celebrate too early. We've learned that lesson. We have adapted the Sirianni, Jalen Hurts mentality of keep the main thing the main thing. I live a block away from Broad Street.
Okay.
The vibe is amazing in the city, but we're just waiting. And Andrew, don't rush it. Let's enjoy this.
Well, no,
take
I'm
this
enjoying
time.
this week, right? John and I are going to
Yeah.
be doing shows from Radio Row starting Wednesday. Like, I'm going to enjoy this week. I'm the build-up of Sunday, the pregame show. I can't wait to be a part of South Philly, right, on
Patty
South
Wax.
Street. Like, I'm excited for that. But this past weekend, I was ready to move forward. Like, I was
I
ready
know.
for this week to start. I was ready
know.
to forgo my weekend to start working again, Seth.
I know, but we have to be patient. We have to wait. We're going to enjoy this. We're going to win, and we know that. And that's the vibe of the city right now.
I
We
love
know we're
that.
gonna win.
So you do feel the little bit of the confidence and the swagger amongst the people that you're interacting with.
John, we've been doing chest day for the last 2 weeks.
I
Damn
love
right.
it, baby.
Damn right, Seth. Our chests are popping right now, man.
That's it.
All right, easy.
All right, no leg day.
Feeling it.
The ankles, they're about to break because we're not doing leg day on this show. It's just
There you
chest
go.
day, man.
I'm loving that. I love the energy of that. And I do feel, though, that's the explanation. I said I'm not feeling the same chatter that I felt in 22, the 23 Super Bowl, but I'm feeling the confidence from people.
Yeah, oh my God. Well,
Everybody
dude,
I-
last Thursday, when we were at the Give Back event, we literally did a lot of
was
the
so
show on
great.
Friday. You were out last Friday. We saved the best topics for when you're gone.
Of course.
I mean, everybody you talked to. Now, I get it. It was kind of like an Eagles pep rally,
No,
too.
but there
Everybody
was
in
a
Eagles
lot
gear.
of confidence.
Dude, I didn't talk to a single person that went, Man, but Mahomes. Like, everybody was like, screw Mahomes. Let's go win it.
I said yesterday to one of my friends that every time there's a big event like this, I always get people that run into me and they say, so what are you thinking about the big game? So what are you thinking? I've gotten 0 people that have asked me that. I got people saying to me, I feel really good about this.
Yeah.
Man, they look really good. It's like nobody's putting sending the flag up the flagpole to see if anybody salutes. Everybody's leading with I feel really good about this team.
Well, because everyone realizes
really confident about this team.
They're the better roster, right? And so it's funny. Haley does such a great job posting a lot of our content. Brendan as well, but we collab on Instagram.
Yes.
And one of the things that Haley posted was just sort of us talking about. I think it was from Friday's show. So it was me and Connor about the Eagles have the better roster, all that kind of stuff. Chiefs fans found it.
Oh, they found it.
And the amount of Chiefs fans responding with, "Yeah, that's what Buffalo was saying."
We're not Buffalo.
We're not
dudes.
Buffalo.
We're not Buffalo. Hey, Kansas City. I know this. Welcome to the big city, by the way.
Yeah.
Those are skyscrapers. In case you don't know what they are, they're not spaceships. We know we're not Buffalo. We have a quarterback who's not Bigfoot. We have a quarterback who has played in big games his entire life, whether it's high school, college, or the pros. We're not Buffalo.
By the way, was anyone saying that Buffalo was a stacked roster?
No.
They had a incredible, tremendous season.
No, and look, they have a really, really good team.
Yeah.
They're not the Eagles.
No, they're not. They're not. Honestly, they're not close. I would have said that the Eagles were the better team if it was Buffalo or Kansas City.
So would I.
Right? Like, this isn't anything new.
I would feel more confident than I already feel confident. I would feel more confident if they were playing Buffalo.
Yeah, of course, because you're not going up against Mahomes and Andy Reid.
Yeah, Mahomes and Andy Reid is
understood.
It is. It's like a devil's triangle.
But I just love how the Chiefs fans found that post, Connor, and then all of a sudden they're trying to do the whole, oh, be careful what you wish for. Like, I'm not wishing for anything. The Eagles are the better team. Like,
I mean, I'm wishing for something. I'm wishing for a Super Bowl win.
No,
but
I
yeah,
know, but like the Eagles are the better team. Like, I wasn't rooting for the Chiefs because I thought that the Eagles would beat the Chiefs.
No.
Whoever the Eagles faced, the Eagles match up paper-wise, the better team.
You just put up a 50 burger in the NFC Championship game.
What they're wishing,
come catch these hands.
What they're wishing for in Kansas City is better content, obviously.
Probably.
That they got to come and get ours.
Well, that's why they're doing the whole.
Glad to have them.
That's why they're doing the whole. Everybody's disrespecting us.
Oh yeah, disrespect.
That's been their thing all season long.
Yeah, they're favorite in the game. Can't pull that card.
Yeah, everybody's disrespecting the two-time Super Bowl champions. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Idiots.
All right, coming up next, we'll check the text line. We'll check the phone line 610-632-0975. Nobody can move John off his feeling of this game. Same here. This is a chest week again here on Kincade and Salciunas. But I do have another question. When you hear an article with the title, Enough About the Chiefs, could this be the beginning of an Eagles dynasty? Do you feel a little uncomfortable when somebody is already talking about that? I'd love to hear from the people on that because I think more people would feel even more uncomfortable than you just did, John. 610-632-0975. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Football Monday here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Media Night Day. Stay with me on this one. I'm Connor Thomas. We finally made it to Super Bowl week. It's Media Night Day, Johnny. Eagles Chiefs, February 9th from New Orleans at Super Bowl 59. Tonight at 8 p.m. will be opening night with the players fielding media questions down in New Orleans. Dave Zangaro joined the best show ever on Friday and talked about the Eagles team having the right vibe right now.
The Eagles are a really connected team. Like, this team has the right vibe to it. And I know that that's not what always wins games, but I give Nick Sirianni a lot of credit for creating the culture around this team.
So the team is already down in the Big Easy. We'll keep you updated on all the news ahead of the big game. The Flyers fell to the Avalanche 2-0 yesterday. Sixers lost to the Celtics 118-110. Both teams are off tonight. Both will be back in action tomorrow night. We'll talk to Andrew DeCecco for the entire 8 o'clock hour. This update is brought to you by Groundworks, your expert for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Vacation? Business trip? Don't worry. You can still hear all your favorite.
Super Bowl 59
I'm so pumped.
coming this Sunday.
Did you pack already?
No, but I sent you the list.
Right.
I have the
which
list.
my wife really respected.
I did a little notepad. Here's what I'm going to be packing, clothes and work stuff. So I have the list done. Cooper's at daycare on Monday, so I have when I get home, quiet house, so I can focus on
That's
the
what I'm going to do. I always have to focus on the packing, too. Now, I put it on my notes app on the phone, but I got it laid out.
Got to have the undies, man.
Got to lay it. It is going to be
very,
very warm for those of you who are heading to New Orleans. 3 days this week, they're saying record warmth.
Oh yeah, see, you can't have the swamp. That's
While
why
we're
you gotta
there,
have extra undies.
and you got to have a little extra underwear.
Come on, Connor.
You don't always bring enough underwear?
And let me tell you,
I always extra.
Do you
I'm
realize
an extra packer of undies and socks?
you are at below sea level. We are below sea level.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Swamp is going to be an issue. It is going to be one of the more humid places you've ever seen.
Okay.
So you are going to sweat just because it's going to be like
Well, you know me. I'm a sweater. That's not good.
You are. It's going to be like high 70s, but in Convention Center where Radio Row is, will be fine.
Okay.
It might get a little chilly there.
All right. Okay, so vibe check on this Monday. Nobody can move John off his opinion. Nobody should move John off of his opinion.
No.
And how's the city feeling? John hasn't sensed it necessarily in the borough.
Well, then again, in the burbs, it's a little. In the burbs,
your
it's a little.
burbs. My burbs, people are sensing it.
I'm not getting it.
I got their Eagles flags all over the place in my neighborhood, man.
I'm getting that. What I'm not getting is as I say, I'm not getting the, oh my gosh, Price is Right contestant. I just got my name called.
I got you.
I'm getting more of the just everybody's more. A lot of go birds everywhere.
I spent the night at my parents' house this weekend. Me, my wife, and Coop. My dad and I watched the just NFL films. And we watched the Super Bowl 52 NFL films.
See, I love
We're
that.
getting fired up, man. Dude, I don't know what the people in the borough need to wake up, John. Yeah, that's up to you.
Hey,
those are your people.
I'm going to have to make sure it's all awake. It'll be great.
Please. All right. What do we have on the text line, Connor? You could text the show or call the show at 610-632-0975. The vibe check on this Monday, but also a topic that we brought up in the last segment. The title of the article on Fox, Enough About the Chiefs. Could this be the beginning of an Eagles dynasty? I will read more stuff from the article as the show continues. A lot of it.
That sounds juicy.
And a lot of it is what you said, the GM, but then also the contracts and the youth. They did a big breakdown on, the cap space that they have, and how guys are set up, all that kind of stuff.
They're able to do, and a guy had a conversation with someone this weekend saying to me, if they want Milton Williams, there's no question that they can still get Zach Bond and Milton Williams as a part of this team going forward.
Right.
It's just a matter of getting it done, and there's nobody who's more creative than Howie Roseman.
Exactly. So, look, we're feeling good, but does that make you feel uncomfortable? When you hear somebody talking about the Eagles as a dynasty before they even won, does that make you feel a little uncomfortable?
It does, because I don't like talking about storylines like that before it happens. Like, to me, that's a little premature. But I love the fact that somebody else is talking about it.
Right.
See, that's the part that gets me,
that way we can react.
I'm up in my feels about that one a little bit, because that is a level of respect that I don't think the Eagles have gotten on any of their previous Super Bowl visits.
All right, what do we got on the text line, Mr. Thomas?
All right, no name on this one, but they say, can't wait to see all the birds doing their best Alshon Jeffrey impression during this marathon of a media week. Only focus on one thing, going 1-0 and blocking out the noise, being tough, detailed, and together.
Media night day.
Yeah, media night day.
Media night day.
Media night day. Quote,
Interesting.
Connor Thomas.
That's what it is. Factual.
I am. There's going to be some guys that have fun with it. You can imagine, but like Jalen, I imagine Jalen Hurts can't wait to get out of there tonight.
I don't know. I've done 2 of those, 2 or 3 of those, and to me they are a supreme waste of time.
Yeah, they honestly, I'm okay with it happening. People should be banned from asking the stupid questions. Like, honestly, people should be banned from asking
the woman who
questions.
shows up in her wedding dress.
Yeah, like, what are we doing?
Like, that should not be there.
No, it should just be about the game.
And honestly, I don't think you need, and this is going to be really popular, I don't think you need to have 10-year-olds asking questions.
I hear you.
I don't think you need to have.
I like that.
It's turned into a circus.
I will say this, though. The 10-year-olds ask better questions than the weird ones.
No, you know what the
I'd rather
adults-
hear the 10-year-olds question than the person that goes, "Hey, so if you weren't playing today, what would you be eating?"
I like the better is the along the lines of is, hi, I want to ask you. So in junior high, who was the coach who motivated you the
Well,
most?
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't need that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
don't need it.
You're
I
listening
like that
to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN and WPN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. All right, let's go back to the phones. We got somebody en route. Let's go to Ruben in Charlotte. What's up, Rube?
What's up, gents? How y'all doing this fine morning?
Dude,
Doing
we're
well,
doing
buddy.
great. It sounds like you're doing great, too. You're making the drive down.
Not yet. Yeah, I'm leaving. We heading out about 8 of us on Friday night.
Okay.
We'll be staying in Mississippi.
So you're going to
Only
do
about 40
you're going to do
minutes.
the 85 down to 75 across 10.
Yeah.
All right, good.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah. And we're gonna do this thing. We'll be in Mississippi, but just 40 minutes away. Looking for the festivities. Ain't got no tickets to the game, but I'm gonna be out there, baby.
Yeah, you want to be around it. And
Hey.
I don't blame you, man.
Oh yeah.
You're going to you will pass 2 Buc-ee's. And you must visit Buc-ee's if you have not.
Buc-ee's. Where's Buc-ee's at? In New Orleans?
It's right. No, it's right. Buc-ee's is along the interstates. As you drive down,
Okay.
you won't miss it. There'll be a million billboards for it.
Yeah, go check them out, Rube. Thanks for the call,
Buc-ee's
man.
is awesome. You and Connor would lose your minds in Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
First of all, they have like 100 gas tanks. So I'm not kidding you. There's like 50 on each side of the building. So for people coming off the interstates. Then there's food. And salted nuts, candy bars, ice cream
I
bars.
feel like I could buy those at ShopRite.
I don't.
You're on the highway. You stop. It's awesome.
I'm good with the Wawa.
It's bigger than this is bigger than a Walmart.
I don't need bigger.
I don't. Yeah.
You guys are
Sometimes
better.
bigger isn't better.
Shout out Wawa.
no. It is Buc-ee's. You're not finding a Wawa on the interstate. Wawas are great. You're not finding
That's
a
why I
Wawa
don't
on the
leave the
interstate.
tri-state area, man.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
like
why,
Charlie-
that's why Connor.
like Charlie
That's why
Kelly.
Connor stays at home.
Too much.
All right, let's go to Tom in Alabama. All right, we might need to help our man Tommy out. What's up, Tom?
Morning. I certainly hope everyone's doing well.
We are, Tom.
Dude, we're
What's
doing
up, buddy?
great, man. Come on, it's Super Bowl week.
Hey, man, the thing that I think, John, the vibe would be a lot different, 1,000 degrees the other way if they were playing the Bills. And let me tell you why. This game puts so much pressure more because of the Chiefs, the three-peat, Andy Reid, the whole deal that we lost 2 years ago. And then when you take a look at the landscape, the way the last 3 years, the Sixers, the disgrace in that organization, the Phillies' disappointment, and if you check the current landscape, this Sixers, they're not even fielding a team. And I'm here to tell you, I've watched it a long time, and it is pretty damn hard to go 3 hockey games.
The thing is, but Tom, those teams have nothing to do with the Eagles. And nothing to do with the Eagles' discussion. I mean, they're nothing to do with it.
What's really strange for me is that I felt more confident in 2 years ago, but I know the Eagles have the better team now, especially, and better than them in it. It's just, I don't know. I'm nervous. I hope to get where I get over it, but I just wish the game would come on because it's time to stop a three-peat and start a repeat.
I like
Damn
that.
right, Tom.
That's good.
Damn
Good job.
right. Time to stop a 3-peat and start a repeat. Now, here's the deal.
Flyers and Sixers have nothing to do with the Eagles.
Here's the deal. All right, so you're nervous. All right, they made it to the Super Bowl, right? Like,
God's sakes.
let's celebrate. Let's first and foremost.
Enjoy it. Like, soak it in.
I think the Eagles win. If they lose, they made it to the Super Bowl. All right, like that.
I don't want to hear that, though.
No, I'm just saying, like, Tom almost. Oh man, they're playing the Chiefs.
I'm
It's like,
nervous about the Chiefs. Can't have that.
hey,
Can't have it.
just go into it. It's the Super Bowl. Go into it as confident as you possibly can. And if
Correct.
they lose, damn it.
Right.
It's
That's
the
not-
Super. It's
we
the, you know
cannot have
what I
any of
mean? Like
this.
it's the Super Bowl. I would be heartbroken if they lost because I kind of agree with you about the whole. Not only do you think they will win, but they should win.
Yes.
But it's the Super Bowl. I can't go into a game like if it was the first round of the playoffs. Yeah, and they lose. All right, we're miserable, and we're talking about what's next.
There is if you told me, well, first off, as I tried to tell people along the way, if you were if you let yourself get spooked by Green Bay, and you let yourself get spooked by the Rams and spooked by the Commanders, then to me, you weren't looking to enjoy this. You were just waiting till the only thing that was going to make you happy is if it ended in a parade. You're not enjoying the ride at all. And to me, if you missed the ride of this team, you missed it. You missed it.
Right, exactly.
You're waking up this morning going, well, I haven't allowed myself to enjoy this the whole way, so I can't enjoy it till next Monday. You missed out on a hell of a ride.
Yeah. And look, I told you what my neighbor said to me right after the Eagles won.
Get that lawn fixed? Oh.
No.
Other than that.
But he's probably thinking it.
Yes.
It was the Monday after the Eagles won, and we found out the Chiefs beat the Bills.
Right.
And he said, man, I'll be honest, I wish it was Bills. And like he sounded like he was beat. I was like, dude, they're in the Super Bowl. Like I can't
Just
have that.
enjoy
It's
it.
the Monday after. I can't have that mindset. And even the Monday of, I can't have that mindset. I can't do the whole, man, I wish it was the Bills. Like, yeah, okay.
I can't live my life
I get
that
it,
way.
but I can't be miserable about it.
I told my daughter the other day, I lived between the last Super Bowl and this one, I lived through hell.
You did.
And I lived through hell to see a parade. That's what I lived for. That's what I lived for. And I talked about it. I talked about it with her when I was sick on, I've always wanted to broadcast my parade, so I got to get better. And at the time, I thought maybe the Phillies were going to give it to us in 20.
Hopefully,
And then the Arizona
around next
Diamondbacks
week.
stepped in.
Hopefully, around next week would be the
That'd be
parade
beautiful.
that you can broadcast from.
That would be great.
All right, you can text in, call in 610-632-0975 on a Monday vibe check. We're feeling very good on this show.
Oh, really good.
And that's not going to change. We promise you we're not going to do the radio bit of feel really good and then toward the end of the week, oh, man, I've been thinking about this game more. And since I started thinking about it, I got nervous. I need you to make me feel better.
Exactly.
How many times have you heard that game used on
this
the radio?
city on the radio?
We're not doing that.
Yeah.
It is chest day every day this week on Kincade and Salciunas. But are you at that point? And when you hear an article being written about the Eagles, how they could begin their dynasty on Sunday, how do you feel? Do you react almost uncomfortably when you hear something like that? I love it. I love that people talk about the Eagles, are talking about this Eagles team that have been disrespected like all season long about now potentially being a dynasty. I'll read you some more reasons why they said that coming up next. Also, Howie Roseman, we talked about this last week. Has he not gotten enough love this year, Johnny? Maybe somebody from NBC was listening because they wrote an article about it. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
ESPN's Tim McManus on the best show ever.
When we're talking about coaching, we're talking about culture change.
7 a.m. hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented by the Bet Parks app. You know they've got pre- and post-game shows with Seth Joyner and Derek Gunn live at Parks Casino every game day. Got to be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is 7-11 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
We prefer Wawa.
Oh, you're a Buc-ee's guy now.
Yeah, exactly.
Stay on
the
that
way
side.
you talked about.
Wawa does not compete with Buc-ee's.
You're all about
you moron.
You're all about Buc-ee's nuts.
There are not Wawas on the interstate. Dopes. Now that's a dope. Stop it.
All right, so the Dynasty article.
Yes.
Here's one of the reasons why. He's got the bullets and then explains. And one of the bullets was a general manager who sees the future. Go back to the offseason when, as so many have discussed, Howie Roseman put the finishing touches on this team. There was no bigger transaction than the acquisition of running back Saquon Barkley, who inked a 3-year, $37.8 million contract. And yes, Roseman did that after Giants GM Joe Shane decided not to franchise tag and trade the running back because New York didn't anticipate anyone would want him for more than a year. The Eagles got him for 3. He said it's all about Roseman. Roseman said to Barkley when the Eagles were pushing to sign him, they were talking about winning a Super Bowl back in March of 2024. Quote, that's why I came here. That's one of the first conversations I had with Howie. I came to Philly to be part of games like this. That was Saquon Barkley. I mean, look, and you look at they do a big breakdown on the contracts and the ages of the players that are already under contract. And he mentioned the hot streak that Howie Roseman's been on with all the one-year deals like Saquon or Zach Bond and Mekhi Becton. I mean, Howie Roseman is such a big part of this formula to the point where NBC Sports Philadelphia did an article where it says that Howie Roseman is the perfect GM for the Eagles. There's a story. Apparently, he did an interview over the weekend, and Dave Zangaro and Ruben Frank wrote an article on it. Quote, I'm a little bit obsessed with it, said Howie Roseman. On Thursday night, it was 9:30. I went to my son's basketball game, and I came home, and I was watching the tape of the Senior Bowl and the East-West game. My wife walked into my office. She said, what's going on now? And it's like, hey, we got to make sure that our offseason next year is good. So that, for me, is the most important part of my job, to be able to look in the mirror, wake up every morning, and know I'm giving everything I got to this team, this organization, and our fans.
What did Mrs. Roseman think that a general manager does the week leading up to the Super Bowl? The roster's already done. He's worried about the future. And Howie Roseman's laser focused on trying to sustain something.
Yeah, but I imagine there's at least one GM in the history of the NFL that was just like basking in the glory of Super Bowl week and not thinking about the next year. He's all Senior Bowled up.
Well, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, the Senior Bowl's very important.
I know
it's really important.
And
I wake up every morning thinking about this football team. I go to bed every night thinking about this football team.
Yes.
I believe he does.
But think about it. I'm sure some teams just have the scouts down there, and they're waiting for the report.
They do.
They're waiting for the report. He's watching the tape himself.
I bet you would.
Here's another quote from Howie. I'm not going to stop taking risks. And at some point, if it gets me fired, I'd rather that than have any regrets. I don't want to leave this job with regrets.
I love that answer.
That's a great answer. And look, there was a time where Howie had the smartest man in the room syndrome going on a little bit, and he's clearly working with a team much better than in the past. And that's something where you give him credit. It goes back to the Sirianni thing. Howie did kind of start the fire himself.
He did.
And he did put it out.
And he did.
So
he started numerous fires and put them out. It took him a long time to grow up. But he has done a really, really good job this year with it, which is great.
And look, he deserves so much credit, and I mean it. I don't think he's gotten enough credit this year. I don't think we've talked about him. I think people still feel not a certain type of way about Howie. I think they love Howie at this point, but I don't think it's something where people are, except for one guy at Xfinity Live this year. We saw a Roseman jersey.
Love that one.
Did you really?
Yeah, the
number was the dollar sign.
I've never seen that before. That's awesome.
But how many callers have we gotten, or how many texters have we gotten this year praising Howie Roseman? We really haven't.
I mean, Howie's the architect. It's not like, Nick Sirianni is the to use it again, the vibes guy.
Is there something wrong with you, man?
Is the vibes guy? I want to find the right word for it. He's not a tactician.
No.
He's not a strategist.
Culture setter.
Culture setter.
Vibes guy.
Glue
Vibes guy.
Glue guy.
Glue guy.
Could be a glue guy.
That's great. That's awesome.
And look, you need that.
You do need that.
Especially with the CEO head coach. All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor? You can text in, call in 610-632-0975.
So I love this real quick. So we're going to take Johnny back to Friday because you asked a question when Andrew DeCecco was in about the rushing record. And is anybody thinking about it still?
Yeah. So, Johnny, on Friday, I teased the whole segment. I was like, I'm going to be diabolical. I don't care. I'm going to piss a lot of you off.
Okay.
And the question was, anyone still really care about this rushing record that we cried over for about a week?
Saquon and his family did.
Yeah, well.
They ain't thinking about
I'm
it
saying
now.
today.
No,
I'm talking about the fans.
No,
the fans.
no.
Dude, the amount of nasty crap that I got on social. Because remember, I wanted him out before the 2,000
You wanted him out in the
yard
Dallas
mark.
game.
I wanted before we reached 2,000
You
because
did.
I was focused on the playoffs and the tears that were shed over Saquon not getting the record. I asked the question: anyone really care anymore?
So this might be our favorite text, my favorite texter, Grant from Valley Forge. His last text to us was on December 30th, and he says, "Who cares about a rushing record? The goal is the Super Bowl." Today he checks in, blank the Chiefs. That's it.
Oh, I like that.
I love this guy's energy.
I love this
I
guy.
like the simplicity of that
He
message.
just zoned in on the Super Bowl.
Yes,
Man, a few
zone
words.
in on it now.
Grant from Valley Forge.
I didn't even realize you can see the old text.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. That's
yeah,
awesome.
they stay there just like normal text messages.
Have you ever seen
no.
Have you ever seen a flip flop, like a major flip flop in one of these
Absolutely.
days?
Yes.
Oh, what, from a Philadelphia sports fan?
I saw it Green
Yeah,
Bay
dude, we
week.
do the same
I
thing.
saw it Green Bay week with hosts on our station
That's true.
that told me all summer long how the Eagles were going to lose to the Packers when I was trying to tell you. And all I got was, then it's like, okay, now I'm all legaled up by people.
Are you talking about the week one game or are you talking about the
week one-
playoffs?
the week-
I
the
thought
week
you were
one
talking about the playoff
No, the
game.
week one game. All summer long, I heard, oh, man, it's the Packers. Oh, my gosh.
Everybody flip-flops
Packers.
here and there. It
Yes.
happens.
Of course.
The first game, though, is the one that it's so visible because you spend 6 months
Weeks
building up to
talking about that week one
Exactly.
game.
Too
All right,
much.
coming up next. So Friday, Connor and I went through an article. ESPN did a deep dive of the
Okay.
Eagles heading into the Super Bowl. It was all like the big questions for the Eagles. Believe it or not, they did one for the Chiefs.
Oh, that's nice.
So we'll go through
Did they let Patrick Mahomes write it?
We'll go through the Chiefs one coming up next. The biggest questions for the Chiefs going into Super Bowl 59. We'll discuss that with you coming up next. And, of course, you can climb in on any of our topics today. Hit up our text line, 610-632-0975. It is Kincade Salciunas on this Football Monday, presented to you by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. We'll be right back here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Birds head for the Bayou. Is that one better for you guys? I'm Connor Thomas, and we finally made it to Super Bowl week. Eagles-Chiefs, February 9th from New Orleans at Super Bowl 59. The Eagles have made their way down to the Big Easy tonight at 8 p.m. is Super Bowl opening night with the players fielding media questions down there in New Orleans. Dave Zangaro joined the Best Show Ever Friday, and he talked about, the Eagles, they've got the right vibe heading into this week.
Eagles are a really connected team. Like, this team has the right vibe to it. And I know that that's not what always wins games, but I give Nick Sirianni a lot of credit for creating the culture around this team.
With the team already down there where they need to be to prepare for the Super Bowl, we'll keep you updated on all the news ahead of the big game. Flyers fell to the Avalanche 2-0 yesterday. Sixers lost to the Celtics 118-110. Rough Sunday here in Philly. Both teams off tonight. Both will be back in action tomorrow night. We'll talk to Andrew DeCecco for the entire 8 o'clock hour. This update is brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/fanatic. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers.
Salciunas, 97.5. Will be joining us soon for the entire 8 o'clock hour. We're going to talk to Andrew a lot this week. Later on, when he's on with us, he'll give his full breakdown of his schedule for New Orleans, because he's obviously not just going to be there to join us on the show. He covers the Eagles. He'll be doing the Eagles coverage,
and the Chiefs too.
coverage. Yep, he's going to be doing the Chiefs media day as well. So Andrew will break down his entire schedule for you, so you can follow along his great work. But he's going to be on with us a lot this week. He's going to be on with us today for the hour. He's going to join us, for an hour on Wednesday and Thursday?
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Oh, yeah.
So he will join us from Radio Row. Andrew will be with us. So that way we get a real Andrew football guy on the show.
Well, even though...
Which is what Connor's agenda was. He said, could we just do this?
All I know is on Friday, you missed this. How many times, Connor, did you see me make Andrew DeCecco smile from ear to ear?
Too many. I wanted to leave you guys the room.
He wanted to leave the room, Connor.
Really?
Because I was spewing football guy stuff.
Oh.
I told him the player that I think will have the most important day.
Okay.
And I said Cooper DeJean. And, dude, he looked at me.
Zach Bond.
He looked at me as if I was his own kid. He was so proud of me, John.
Zach Bond. But we'll get to plenty of that.
We'll talk about it. We got a whole week for it.
We got a whole week
for it,
which is great.
All right, so last week the ESPN did like a big dive of Super Bowl 59 from the Eagles standpoint, like the biggest questions for the Eagles going into it. And it was about like stopping Travis Kelce and stopping Patrick Mahomes and and the numbers of the previous battles between Vic Fangio and Patrick Mahomes.
Which mean nothing.
Exactly. People point out the 0-8, but they don't point out the fact that
who were the quarterbacks that Vic Fangio brought?
Right, exactly.
And how many of the quarterbacks in those 0-8 put up 20 points?
Yeah, exactly.
I think 6 of the 8 did not.
Yeah, and they actually
not going to win.
They pointed that out. It was
so
actually
they did. Okay.
It was a good deep dive.
Okay.
So here's what they wrote for the Chiefs. Their biggest questions going into the matchup. Question number 1. You want to take a guess what their first question is?
The first question for the Chiefs?
Yes.
Can the Chiefs stop Saquon Barkley?
Connor?
Can they handle the pressure of the three-peat?
Can the Chiefs defend the tush-push?
What?
Is the very first question.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because they did it well against the Bills.
They stopped Josh Allen on it.
So can they stop the Eagles against it? Because they did it a few times against the Bills in big moments.
By the way, when you go back and you watch that game, and especially if you watch the 15-minute game, if you have NFL Plus, the Bills don't look organized doing it.
No, it's not the way the Eagles do it.
It doesn't look organized.
No, it's, you know what? Jalen Hurts can squat 600 pounds, so let me not take anything
I've heard
away
that
from him.
before.
But it almost looks like Josh Allen's, the tush-push with Allen, it's like, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, he doesn't wait to get pushed.
Right, whereas the Eagles, it's like, Jalen can squat 600 pounds, but Dallas Goedert is going to help him.
But
whereas the Bills are just like, Josh, can you score a touchdown for us?
It's so amazing that Tom Brady, and he talked about this before on broadcast of games, where the Patriots did this stuff with him too. Not the same way, but Tom Brady was one of the most successful short yardage quarterbacks ever.
With the sneaks, yeah.
But he says it's timing.
Yeah, it's a big part of it.
It's a timing element of it. And the Chiefs, to me, they're going to be ready for it, but I don't have any reason to believe the Eagles won't be successful.
Every team is ready for it.
Right.
Every team's ready. They know what's coming. 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. There's no secret of what's coming. The only thing is, will they every once in a while do like some sort of trick play? The A.J. Brown against the Packers, it was there, overthrown.
Which is one of my suggestions that they do.
Mix it up a little bit.
Yes, mix it up a little bit.
Right.
Don't get tight in the sphincter, Nick.
Absolutely.
Even though he's listening down in New Orleans, he is listening on the app.
Big fan of the show. Question 2 is about Saquon. How does Eagles running back Saquon Barkley change the game plan for Chiefs offensive coordinator Steve Spagnolo? So here's what they wrote about it. Is that what I said? No. You know what? It says offense. It says offensive.
They wrote it wrong? There you go.
That's good.
That is good. You caught an error.
Editors would be good. Well, you caught it. I just read it.
There we go.
They expect Steve Spagnolo to get an additional defender in his front against Barkley, which would reduce the split safety shells the Chiefs like to use. So they're thinking
opportunity in the passing game.
And he's going to change the defense up against the Eagles offense. Whether it happens with pre-snap alignment or safety spinning down late, Kansas City simply needs more bodies in the box. That means playing a heavier dose of man-free coverage and 3 deep zone coverage to add the cutoff defender near the line of scrimmage. Plus, the Chiefs must win the edges to limit the Eagles' run game. Philly will use the pin and pull concepts to get Barkley on the perimeter, often from condensed sets. Spagnolo can put his defensive ends in a wide 9 or 7 technique, which won't allow the Eagles to crack or pin inside as easily. It also means matching on the backside to take away the run-pass option throw for Jalen Hurts. So I think that's a big part of it. If you're Spags, you also need to try to take away what Jalen does best.
Sure. And you also want to look, the idea of the edges is something where a lot of people say they're going to do that. They're going to be able to do that against the Eagles. I want to see them able to.
Well, yeah, how many times have we done the show leading up to a week? Team is top 10 against the run. Should the Eagles do something differently?
Remember the Ravens?
Yeah. It's like, well, let's see if they can stop them first.
It took a while, though, in the Ravens game. It took the Eagles staying committed to it, but then they ended up busting through, and then the rushes were getting bigger and bigger. Much like that Rams game the first time, where they just wore them down, and in the second half, it became comical.
Right.
They had no. I don't believe the Chiefs' defense is comparable to either one of those teams as far as I don't think they're going to fold like that.
Right. Absolutely. One of the other questions, what is the difference about the Chiefs team in this Super Bowl compared to last time these two teams played? Obviously, the offensive scoring is down a lot from where they were 2 years ago.
Big time.
So that's one of the biggest questions. How does the Chiefs wideout group of Xavier Worthy, DeAndre Hopkins, Hollywood Brown, and Juju Smith-Schuster match up against the Eagles' high-quality secondary group? So they did a big deep dive into this. I'll just say,
Does it scare you?
No.
It doesn't. To me either.
At all. Now, look, and this is why I say Cooper DeJean's got a very important day, and you and I might have this. We might be same church, just different pew here.
Could very well be.
Everything underneath over the middle. That's what the Chiefs do. And so I look at DeJean first. You're looking at Bond first.
Okay, exactly. I think that the linebackers got a little, and that's what I want to ask Andrew to check out. I think the linebackers got a little exposed in the Washington game at times.
Could be.
So I want to see if
maybe
there's
it
an
wasn't maybe they weren't getting exposed. Maybe they said we're more worried about the outside with Terry McLaurin.
Well, that could very well be.
And so we'll let them have the middle of the field.
Very well be.
We'd rather not give up the big play. We'll let you get the 10 catches for 100 yards, but you didn't score.
The Eagles used to do that with Julio Jones. Julio Jones' numbers against the Eagles were horrendous. It looked like the Eagles couldn't defend him.
Justin Jefferson, name the game he's killed the Eagles.
But in the red zone, Julio Jones did nothing.
Right.
He wasn't able to do anything where it counted. Where he could do the most damage, he wasn't able to hurt them.
Now, here's probably the biggest one.
Okay.
And this goes back to what we're talking about defensively. How will the Chiefs' offense adjust to to attack the Eagles' defense? And they say the same way they've attacked every defense this season. Very, very precisely. 1 week after Travis Kelce's divisional round performance deemed playoff Kelce is back like he never left, he had 2 catches for 19 yards against the Bills.
Yes.
In that same game, Mahomes had 2 rushing touchdowns for the first time in his career. His 11 carries were also a single-game high for him. The Chiefs, who have now accumulated an impossible wealth of postseason experience and a deep bag of offensive styles, are ridiculously good at finding a few things that opponents will struggle with, then relentlessly turning those screws. I wouldn't be surprised if much of the same occurs on the interior this time, where backup linebackers Oren Burks and starting safety Reed Blankenship have been the most tested Eagles defenders. And, of course, Mahomes' legs will never fail him in the postseason. Middle of the field.
If you want to get a little scared about that. No, if you want to, like if you just want to know, hey, somewhere where you could have a problem.
Hey, you want to torture yourself?
Oren Burks, look at Oren Burks last year, what Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes did to Oren Burks.
Yeah.
Just watch it. It's you can watch a 15-minute game. You can watch a half-hour game of last year's Super Bowl and watch. They targeted him. I would imagine they're going to target him again.
Yeah. Now he also had to come in the game because a guy blew out his leg walking off the field. So
he
didn't have the preparation.
No, he did. You're right.
Now he's preparing to be the starter and has already been the starter.
Who was that?
Greenlaw.
Dre Greenlaw.
That was wild. He was just literally
and he was walking off, right?
Yeah.
Not. He wasn't David Robertson when Harper hit the home run, jumping up. He was literally just, all right, let me walk off the field, and his leg just blew out. Like, that sucks.
George Toma has something to do with this.
Probably.
I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
But again,
Toma had nothing to do with last year's field.
Xavier Worthy, Hopkins, Hollywood Brown, Juju Smith-Schuster.
That doesn't
fast
in
as
any
hell.
way.
Worthy and Brown, speed.
No, they've got the speed. I'm not with Quignon's healthy. I'm not really worried about that.
I'm not either.
Cooper can hang with them. I don't think that receiving core gives me I actually think that I was a little more concerned with Washington
Well, yeah, Terry McLaurin.
A little more concerned, but
Look, but here's the thing.
It's Mahomes.
Like Brady, and this is why Mahomes is one of the best. We think about the highlight plays, the diving. And
Sure.
Mahomes isn't afraid to check down to a running back.
Not at all.
And get 15 yards off of it because he sees the open space in front of them. I think Samaje Perine had 2 catches for 30 yards last week. You know what I mean? Like, he's not afraid to do that. Brady's not afraid to do that. Everyone thinks about their highlight plays. Sometimes a 3rd and 9 where they dump it down to somebody and get 15 yards is a big part of a game. You remember his big run in the second half of the Super Bowl 2 years ago. And that's something that makes him one of the best quarterbacks of all time. All right, coming up next, we'll check our text line at 610-632-0975 on the vibe check of this Monday morning. But also, enough of the Chiefs. Could this be the beginning of the Eagles dynasty? An article written on Fox. Do you get uncomfortable when you read something like that? I love it. We always talk about wanting to be the top dog on this show. Let's be chesty. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Hey, folks, it's Mike Missanelli with the Mike Missanelli Show.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Our man Andrew the Checo is in the building. He will be joining us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. We always love our conversations with Andrew. Again, check the text line, Connor, at 610-632-0975. One of our questions today, other than just the overall vibe check, as this is the Monday, the football Monday going into the Super Bowl, one of our questions is whether or not you're comfortable when you hear something like this. Fox Sports article, the title, Enough About the Chiefs. Could this be the beginning of an Eagles dynasty? And this was very well written, explaining as to the reasons why. And it wasn't just about winning the Super Bowl. It's about how the team is built.
Sure.
The age, the youth of this team, the rookie contracts, the second years, players. Howie Roseman being a great manipulator of the cap. Your best player is Saquon Barkley, who doesn't kill you against the cap. And one of the blurbs from the story, the Eagles have the GM, they have the coach, they have the quarterback. Those are the three most important elements of every dynasty. Those three can help sustain success. At this exact moment, they have truly great players, perhaps the most talented roster in the NFL. And we've been saying that.
I believe they do have.
We've been saying that they've been one of the more talented teams since before the season started. The question was, could they put it together? Could they coach it together? And a lot of credit goes to Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore being the coordinators of this team. But we talk about this in the NBA, right? It's hard to win the first one, but once you win one,
everyone gets a taste of it, and you feel a little swagger.
You see the Celtics. Like the Celtics last night, they can go, we'll sleepwalk through this game and then come back and destroy your 21-point lead and beat you. It's a little bit different in football, but once you win one and you know how to win and you know how to put your body through a long season, once you win one, man, you start feeling pretty good about yourself.
Now, we were not working together, and obviously I was just enjoying the Fanatic on the app back when they won in 2018. There was nobody who was thinking that was the start of an Eagles dynasty.
No.
Correct?
No.
Okay. So nobody was, because that was the biggest lightning in a bottle feel to me.
But, hold on, people thought that Wentz would be back to himself.
So did I.
And that never obviously happened.
So did I. I absolutely thought that Carson Wentz was going to be the answer for the next 15 years.
Yeah, of course.
And so to me, I was saying, well, where they were when they were 11-1 with Carson Wentz, that's what they'll be back to, but they're going to be really, really different. Man. Right. It turned out to be different.
But this team you do feel better about because of the youth, because of the age. Like that team was an older team that won the Super Bowl. Howie Roseman did what the Commanders did this year. They batted 1,000 with all their 1- and 2-year deals. So the Eagles won the Super Bowl, thank God. But this team is different. This team with the youth and the way how many times have we done a topic about, have you ever seen a team with this young core players impacting the game as much as they are? We're not used to that here.
No, I have not. I'm not, because and the promise that I feel when I look at the 2024 Eagles and the promise that I feel that they could end up delivering on what you're just talking about and what that article was referencing. I feel like it's tangible.
Oh, it absolutely is.
But again, I got to see the one.
Oh,
and I believe we will see the one. I was dreaming just a little on a little walk between commercial breaks. I was dreaming about what next Monday would sound like, and what it's gonna sound like.
Yeah,
and I'm getting emotional thinking about this team.
Could sound a little hungover for all we know.
Yeah, it's going to.
Guess what? That is fine. That is fine. It's going to be a
join us at Patty Wax. Connor and I doing the watch party on South Street.
Oh yeah,
great morning.
The booze will be flowing.
Okay, now you have already arranged though. That you've got a crash pad.
I got a buddy's house.
Because you guys are going to be at Patty Wax.
Yeah.
Can I just tell you, you ain't getting out of there if they win the Super Bowl.
I know.
Oh, I am.
So
my own 2 feet.
Well, your own
not
2
driving.
feet will get you out of there.
Going to Broad Street,
it's going to be.
I've already made it. I'll show you my phone. I've already made a few phone calls.
But,
okay, good.
That's a good dream to have. Dreaming about Monday. Dreaming what aftermath of this Super Bowl is going to be. I hate the dynasty talk. I just got to be honest.
You
with
hate it?
I do.
Oh, dude, I love it, man.
They've got one in their franchise history, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
We will have plenty of time. We will have a year to have this discussion after they win this one Sunday night. But, this is an article that should be the start of the playoffs next year. Like we are not.
If they're
come
like a number one seed,
right? Exactly.
And they're the defending
Do
champions.
a push up
Plus,
in there. Come on, chest day.
Plus, you two are too young, but people out there in the audience will get this reference. Everyone remember, Dynasty had the Moldavian Massacre. So you see, if you watch Dynasty, the Moldavian Massacre happened. Everybody went to a happy wedding, and everybody ended up getting shot in the season finale. So just remember, we don't want to end it. We don't want to end into a Moldavian Massacre.
I was going to watch that show too.
I've never
watch
even
it
heard
from the
of it.
beginning.
That sounds like a little red wedding-esque.
Yeah,
it was
that's
way
it.
before the Red Wedding.
All right, what have we got in
The
the text
Moldavian
line there,
Massacre.
Connor?
All right, we have a check-in on the Dynasty conversation here, too. So this fan...
And again, in case somebody's just tuning in, we're not asking the question.
We are not.
Hey, is this the beginning of the Dynasty? I'm asking the question, do you feel uncomfortable when somebody nationally writes an article that says enough about the Chiefs, could this be the beginning of an Eagles dynasty? Now, I love it because it means they're thinking highly of the Eagles. We're not asking, is this the beginning of a dynasty? We understand that you got to win first. But I just want to make that clear if somebody's just tuning in now going, what the hell are these guys talking about?
Yeah, I'm hugely uncomfortable with it. This next texter, first-time texter here, is also uncomfortable. They say, huge Eagles fan, but let's pump the brakes on the Dynasty talk. Howie's proven he could build a championship team, but he hasn't quite proven he can maintain one. The coach was just on the hot seat a few months ago, doesn't call his own plays. We'll have a new OC next year. There's a lot of stuff to get through before we worry about winning too.
Could a name that comes up in the OC talk be Dan Orlovsky?
No.
Just saying.
Highly doubt it.
Just saying.
Also out on that.
You're out on that?
Yeah. If I'm out, I just highly doubt it.
No, I'm good on that. I don't need analyst turns coach.
Okay, just saying to you, it's going to be there's going to be some interesting discussion. I think Frank Reich's already been talked to, by the way.
I like that.
Not surprised. I'm literally not surprised. This is for Frank!
Well,
I'm not surprised at all that Nick Sirianni would have already talked to Frank.
This is for Frank!
Yeah, I'm not surprised. All right, what else we got there, Connor?
All right. Also have a check-in here from Jason from Blue Bell, who's just talking about Howie Roseman in the conversation we were having about the credit. And he says, I used to think Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson was a fireable offense by Howie, but I'm so happy that he's learning from his mistakes. He's a perfect executive for this team. I have a lot of confidence in the Birds.
That's the thing we'll remember most.
I love that.
The Reagor versus Jefferson. It wasn't just that. Like,
it was not.
Do you remember that story from The Athletic about how Howie Roseman was like the czar of media, and it was just the Doug Peterson story where they were upset that they beat the Packers by running the ball instead of throwing the ball. Like, there was a lot to it, and there was the smartest man in the room syndrome. Remember not just Jalen Reagor. Remember Davion Taylor?
Davion
who
yes.
only started playing football in college, and that was a third-round pick. That guy,
but he's fast, though.
Yeah, that guy didn't play. So, like, it wasn't just Reagor. That's the one we remember the most. But to the rest of that texter's credit, they stuck around with him. Jeffrey Lurie trusted him. He's learned from his errors. And look at how dominant he has been as the executive of the Philadelphia Eagles. It's been amazing. All right, Andrew DeCecco's here. He's waiting. And he joins us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. We're going to speak to him a lot this week. But we start coming your way next here on Kincade and Salciunas. You can start sending in your questions for Andrew DeCecco if you'd like at 610-632-0975. We'll be right back here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Super Bowl week begins. I'm Connor Thomas, and we finally made it to Super Bowl week, folks. Eagles-Chiefs, February 9th, this Sunday from New Orleans in Super Bowl 59. And tonight at 8 p.m. will be opening night, so the players will be fielding a lot of media questions down there in New Orleans, but part of the game is keeping the focus on the game. And Dave Zangaro joined the Best Show Ever Friday and talked about this team having the right vibe about them.
Eagles are a really connected team. Like, this team has the right vibe to it. And I know that that's not what always wins games, but I give Nick Sirianni a lot of credit for creating the culture around this team.
So if anyone has their focus where it's supposed to be, you better believe it's the Birds. The team's already down there in the Big Easy, so we'll keep you updated on all the news ahead of the big game this week. Flyers fell to the Avalanche, I should say, 2-0 yesterday. Sixers lost to the Celtics 118-110. Both teams off tonight, both back in action tomorrow night. Andrew DeCecco joins us coming up next for the entire 8 o'clock hour. This update's brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. At Mercedes-Benz, there's a reason they go the extra mile, from testing their vehicles to create AI that can anticipate your needs on the road. They demand that every car is worthy of their star because it's Mercedes-Benz. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Presented to you by Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. In a couple of minutes, we're going to do today's headlines with Connor Thomas right at the start of the 8 o'clock hour. And I can't wait because I know a specific trade will be mentioned in today's headlines. My God, what did I wake up to on Sunday morning? But for the entire 8 o'clock hour, we're joined from Inside the Birds and, of course, everywhere on 97.5 The Fanatic. Our man Andrew the Checo is here. Andrew, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Great to be with you.
It is great to have you. We're getting closer and closer. Obviously, you're going to be with us a lot this week, and we will tell the audience more and more as this hour continues. But you've now had a full week of all the analysis that you've done going into this game between the Eagles and Chiefs. Was there anything that stood out to you from your free week of football, right? Free week of at least NFL football. I'm sure you had your eyes on the Senior Bowl because that's you. But was there anything that you picked up on from the NFC Championship game until this Monday morning that sort of stood out to you for this upcoming game?
This is a really confident football team. They know that they still have business to take care of. There's one more game left to win. They're not complacent with simply being in the Super Bowl. They've learned a lot from their experiences, and I think the Eagles have a benefit of having a lot of players that have experienced this before because there are so many demands. We talked about this on Friday. Everyone wants a piece of you. They want 5 minutes. You're getting hit up for tickets and all those things. So having those guys like a Lane Johnson, like a Brandon Graham, like an Oren Burks that have been through all that, they can kind of give some of those younger players that perspective. And another storyline, I heard John talking about Oren Burks earlier. I talked to him earlier this week because obviously the Chiefs had a lot of success throwing the football at him with Travis Kelce, and he said that he learned a lot from that experience, and he was able to pull from that. And obviously, he's not going to give away some of these specifics, but he says, yeah, I mean, that was an experience that, I kind of have that in the back of my mind that I can't wait to go against him again.
Get that chance and to be able to see it. Can we start there? Because we got a week of talking about this game.
Oh, yeah.
Can we look back at last year's Super Bowl?
Let's do it. Yeah.
I watched the 30-minute game on YouTube, and I watched the 15-minute on NFL Plus. And it was clear that Andy Reid and them, once Greenlaw was out of that game, Oren Burks was a target.
Big time.
Was a giant target. Explain to me why you don't think, if you do, that you don't think that will be an issue this time around. He's not coming in as a sub, as Connor pointed out.
Yeah, this is now, I guess, the third full game that he's had as a starter, working alongside Zach Bond, who's wearing the green dot, of course. And I think going through practice, going through the day-to-day preparation as the starter, you're able to enter a game with that knowledge, with that different perspective. And so with Oren Burks, I don't think that the Eagles haven't really missed a step. I mean, Nakobe Dean, that was a huge loss, but I think Oren Burks has done a really good job. And by and large, the Eagles have handled tight ends pretty well. They let Zach Ertz, that was their option. They let him go, target over the middle.
Was that game plan, do you think?
I think it was. I think it was game plan specific, given what Terry McLaurin did to them in the previous.
They didn't mean for him to have that kind of day, though.
Well, you're right.
On.
I mean, look, there's two
they
players.
They didn't cover him half the time.
Well, they were really hyper-focused on Terry McLaurin and Diami Brown, who's really emerged for them.
Sure.
But I will also say this, John. If you're the Kansas City Chiefs, your game plan is going to be trying to target Reed Blankenship, trying to target Oren Burks over the middle with those short to intermediary passes, and that's where they're most successful.
All right. One of the articles we're going through with ESPN is the biggest questions for the Chiefs. So John asked, let's look back at last year's Super Bowl. But one of the questions that they asked is what's different about the Chiefs team compared to the previous couple of Super Bowls? And obviously they mentioned their skill position players. Is it naive of us to not be that concerned about Xavier Worthy and DeAndre Hopkins, Hollywood Brown, and Juju Smith-Schuster? We know what Travis Kelce has been able to accomplish and can still accomplish. The speed of Worthy and Hollywood Brown. But when I read you that wide receiver room and compare it to A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, I don't feel the wrath of God with this,
It's a little naive to think that because the Kansas City Chiefs were able to move the football a couple of years ago with Kadarius Toney, Juju Smith-Schuster, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. So a lot of it has to do with Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and the play calling. They're always really dialed in. But you mentioned Xavier Worthy, and I think that's an interesting player because he does have otherworldly speed, but the Kansas City Chiefs, to this point, Andrew, haven't really exploited that.
Right.
They use them more on these dump-offs and the mid-range throws, and I have to think that they're...
Jet sweeps.
Exactly. So I have to think that they're going to set up for a deep shot in this game because he does have the ability to take the top off of a defense.
If I look back to Super Bowl 57, what is the part of the Eagles' defense that was exploited that you don't believe Andy Reid will have as much success exploiting this time around?
The back end. I just thought that the back end, John, they lacked a lot of speed. They lacked the athleticism and range. Specifically, James Bradbury, Marcus Epps. I can remember a touchdown that Marcus Epps gave up. C.J. Gardner-Johnson's not going to give up that play.
Right.
He's able to he has recovery speed, and I think he breaks and anticipates on the football a lot better. But that's the most tangible thing that I'm able to kind of observe.
You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPN and WPN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. We got Andrew DeCecco with us for the entire 8 o'clock hour, talking Super Bowl 59. However, it is time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What's up, Connor? What do we got?
Oh, you guys know what's up. If you were up late Saturday break, if you woke up Sunday morning, the landscape of the NBA has changed in a very strange way. Luka Doncic dealt by the Mavericks to the Lakers. So the Mavericks get back Anthony Davis, a couple of role players. They get a one first-round pick from the Los Angeles Lakers for Luka Doncic in one of the most shocking NBA trades I can remember.
So I want to break down the reaction. First and foremost, I've only seen like one media member okay with the trade, and that's Kendrick Perkins. And maybe that was just let me try to say the opposite, because everyone's going in the world is ripping this. There was a great tweet from, I believe it was Zach Lowe. I'll try to find it because I liked it. Yeah, Zach Lowe. He texted a few executives to get their reaction to the trade. Quote, "This is the first time I've been legitimately shocked and could not move. What a terrible deal." And Zach Lowe goes, "One of my favorite responses was, what the bleepity bleep? What the effity F?" Everybody was in shock by this trade. The thing that I don't get is the people that are trying to understand the trade. Defense. They were in the NBA Finals last year with Luka's lack of defense. I had one guy tweet at me saying, "What's he ever won?" The Western Conference Finals last year.
How about that? Yeah, it's not bad.
And for anybody that's saying they're tired of his conditioning and his lack of playing times, he plays 60 games every year, which I know, old school, that doesn't sound great. But in today's NBA, he's consistently playing 60 games a year. Is Anthony Davis the guy that you want to talk about, whether or not he's going to play?
He's missed more games over the past 5 years than Joel Embiid.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why, if you're the Dallas Mavericks, are you doing this?
I think that there is the NBA, and I saw Dave Portnoy put it out yesterday, and I thought it was a great comment. The NBA is not a serious sport. What the stars of every other major sport, are they drama queens? Are they guys that are willing to blow up their sport, willing to just show up, be out of shape, not take themselves seriously? Durant and Harden and Davis and Doncic and Embiid.
Yeah.
I mean, like, seriously, the NBA is full of stars that don't act like it.
Right.
They don't act like professionals.
Luka acts like it as a player.
No, but as a player, but he doesn't take care of his body, doesn't do things that the other sports, we don't deal with this.
I got you. I'm just saying.
The NBA is not.
Was that enough to trade him?
No, absolutely not. I think it's stupid.
They were in the NBA Finals last year because of him.
I would tell you that an NBA insider said to me, Dallas is fighting with their stadium to get a new stadium, which their stadium deal is coming up. They want to build a stadium with a casino on it, and Texas is blocking the sports gambling.
When something like that of that magnitude happens, you have to wonder if it's something internal.
Is there something going on?
Right.
Yeah.
And the reporting is that they were tired of the lack of conditioning and stuff. I get it. We're tired of it with Joel Embiid, right? Joel Embiid's never made it out of the second round. This guy literally got you to the finals last year.
You almost wonder if it goes beyond that, if there's something else that maybe will surface in the coming days.
Well, better, or else the league should have stepped in.
The league should have stepped in.
This is really stupid.
Like, Anthony Davis is great. He's a great player when he's healthy, which never happens. He's 31 years old. Luka Doncic is 25. And, oh, by the way, now the Los Angeles Lakers, this is why the league didn't step in. This is my tinfoil cap. Adam Silver's going, wait a minute, the Lakers are even more relevant now? The Lakers, the Los Angeles Lakers are now.
The Lakers are set up to be relevant now for another decade.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it has nothing to do with LeBron James.
No, it's now Luka Doncic.
Correct.
He's a superstar.
Correct.
I couldn't believe what
What do
I
you
saw
think you could
Sunday
get for
morning.
Joel Embiid at the end of this year?
Well,
you're not getting much.
They just ruined the
You're
market.
not getting much.
The Mavs just ruined the market.
Who
Yeah, you're
knows
not
what
getting
the market
much.
is anymore?
Yeah, you're not getting much.
I'm just glad that LA finally got a big player acquisition.
Yeah,
I know
they
their
needed.
sports
Yeah, they
teams,
needed it.
They've needed it.
The Lakers fans that are also Cowboys fans and other teams, they're thrilled this
Yankees
morning.
fans.
By the way, nobody, the commissioner, who, by the way, is asleep at this. Connor, you put it out this morning. This deal should have been blocked.
Yeah.
Should have been blocked. But the commissioner did not force a team to trade Luka Doncic to the Lakers. It is the stupidest conversation
No, he didn't do that.
I've ever heard, that a multi-billion-dollar corporation is going to go, yeah.
Who's spewing that?
It's been all over the place.
Oh,
with
really?
fans.
People on Twitter.
The NBA's forced them to do this.
No, I
It's
didn't think
so
they forced
stupid.
them, but I will say, I think Adam Silver goes, yeah, I'm going to let this one slide.
Yeah, he's
because
not-
I
he's
think
not
Adam
mad about
Silver's
it.
because
thrilled
it's
with
the
it.
Lakers.
No,
Yeah.
he's thrilled with it.
All right, let's talk about an NBA star acting like an NBA star. Did you guys hear Tyrese Maxey's comments from over the weekend about the All-Star game?
I read a little bit of it. I didn't listen to it.
He was asked
hear
how
it.
he feels about not being an All-Star, and his response, this is why Tyrese Maxey's the best.
I'm happy actually because I have a lot of connection with the people that made it. When I just started down the list, like Darius Garland, I'm so happy he made it. Like he deserves it, man. Like Cage from Dallas, played against him a lot when I was younger, so extremely happy for him. First time All-Star, Tyler Hero, former Kentucky guard. Everybody's deserving. So I mean that doesn't upset me at all. Like I said, I'm more focused on trying to help this team win and get better.
Pure class.
He's
a great
amazing.
answer.
He is. That's a class answer.
And he's not the problem this year.
No, but it shows that he does have deficiencies.
Yeah, I've told you.
They're not
You can't win
huge.
just him.
They're not huge deficiencies,
No.
but he's got them.
Yeah.
And if as part of a triumvirate, he's going to be freaking unbelievable.
And when I say win, I don't mean making it to the playoffs. I mean winning a damn championship, which I haven't seen in my lifetime. All right, great job, Connor, with today's headline.
Thank
we
you.
appreciate it as always. There was one story that I asked Connor specifically to not put in headlines because I want to focus on it more coming up next. So we'll obviously talk more Eagles-Chiefs Super Bowl 59.
And Andrew's cold in studio here.
Hey, he's all hooded up right now.
He's wearing this zipped up hoodie. Doesn't even want to leave.
Will you hate
stylish.
watch in 2025 an NFL team? We'll explain more coming up next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Monday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
What's up, everybody? It's Tyrone Johnson from the best show ever.
It is 8:11 on this football Monday. Presented to you by Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopayBryant.com. It is Kincade and Salciunas. Johnny back after his 3-day weekend. He just wanted to do the rest day, like a lot of the Eagles players this past week at practice.
I needed it too.
Speaking of, Andrew DeCecco was here with us for the entire 8 o'clock hour.
He never rests until the football season's over.
I don't even know if he rests during then, because then he gets ready for the combine and then the draft.
The combine's February 27th through that weekend.
There's no rest for this guy.
He's all ready for the underwear Olympics. He is all ready for that.
The first week of March, I'm going to Florida or someplace warm.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, and then you end up working during that, I'm sure. About the injury report, I don't know if you can calm people's nerves. They're going to play Cam Jurgens, Landon Dickerson, but have you heard anything with your time around the team where they're at? Because I know they're not practicing because they're trying to get their bodies right for the big one.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything, but we did see Cam Jurgens tour, I want to say, Friday in the locker room, and I saw Landon Dickerson as well. I have to imagine that they're going to play in this game, barring something grossly unforeseen. But what I will say is the Eagles do a remarkable job of finding ways to rest players, to make sure that they're fresh, whether it's Josh Sweat, who's playing a ton of snaps, or whether it's Saquon Barkley, Jordan Mailata. And I think that their approach in getting the players as healthy as possible to the game shouldn't be overlooked. They'll be ready.
I know this about the Eagles, is that it is incredibly fortunate what they've done as far as the health they're bringing to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. They're doing it again. They're doing it again, and to be able to have that kind of health. Is there anything different about this year's health compared to health in previous years?
Well, I think what makes this even more remarkable, John, is that the Eagles had a really grueling training camp, and they're working a lot more than they did that year. So that they're able to preserve their bodies and be this fresh and have this many starters available this late into the season, I just think is an outstanding job by the organization. They have a really good feel for their players, and they're receptive to feedback, and the training staff is, I mean, what more can you say?
What about go ahead, John.
So training camp was different.
Oh, yeah.
As you're saying. It was much different.
It was far more grueling than it has been.
So can we point to the fact that 2022, again, it doesn't, what you do in training camp doesn't mean you're going to be healthy in January.
Right. You need some good fortune.
Good fortune comes your way. But the rest during the season, is that really the special sauce here?
It is. And the Eagles, to their credit, have put themselves in position where they can rest players, blowing the doors off of certain teams.
Well, even the
not having
midweek practice.
Not having Saquon go for the record. So you're giving him that. That's that was like a built-in bye week. Little things like that, they add up. And now going into the Super Bowl, you have a largely pretty fresh roster.
So, and we'll continue talking about this because I'm actually curious to get your thoughts on the Chiefs roster when it comes to the health, because I know they're dealing with some stuff on the offensive line. But as we continue to bounce Eagles Super Bowl talk on the Monday of the Super Bowl and other NFL-related conversations, I got to ask you guys the question. Will you hate watch the Vegas Raiders this year? In case people weren't following along over the weekend, Pete Carroll, who is the new head coach of the Vegas Raiders, hired his offensive coordinator. How about national champion Chip Kelly is the offensive coordinator of the Vegas Raiders?
He occupies no brain space for me.
Really? I will hate watch.
The day he was hired, I can go to my tweet, and I told Eagles fans, this is not going to end well.
Whether you're right or wrong, are you? I'm talking about. Are you watching?
No, it's done.
Oh, I'm going to watch.
I'm going to watch, man.
Why do I care about Chip Kelly?
I want to see if he learned from any of his previous stops. I want to see if his offense.
Why do I care about this man?
I watched Wentz with the Colts. I watched Simmons with the Nets. I do this all the time. I want to see how they're doing.
You're a football guy.
Damn right I am. So that's why you and I are on the same page.
I don't care about Chip Kelly.
Yeah, you got to let that go, man.
Chip Kelly is such a non-factor in this city as far as. It's a non-story. We've come out of the we came out of the Chip Kelly's Rich Kotite. It's like it's a non-story. We came out of that era, and we've entered into the greatest era of Eagles football when his backside got out the door.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just more so looking to see where he's at from an innovation standpoint and how he's calling games.
Well, his offensive game planning in Ohio State was far different than he ran at Oregon.
Right.
There were components of it, but he understood the less stress on the defense and everything, and I think that was Ryan Day telling him.
And
hey,
oh,
dude.
by the way, maybe it's better to be an OC if you're Chip Kelly than a head coach.
He's not a leader of men.
He's
not at all.
absolutely
I'm
not
telling
a
you
leader
this.
of men.
He could not lead a bachelor party to a strip club. He is not a leader of men.
He's not. No.
Now you're going to New Orleans. There's going to be lots of those offers everywhere.
You're going to take care of us
To be
there,
looking.
Johnny?
No, I will not be.
All
You
right,
can do that if you wish.
What else do we have on the text line, Connor? It's 610-632-0975. And coming up in a little bit, I'm curious to get Andrew DeCecco's breakdown of the Chiefs from a health standpoint. But what do we got on the text line?
Yeah, so Joe checks in, says, I care about as much on the Dynasty talk as some nerds putting out power rankings. It means absolutely nothing to me.
Who you calling a nerd?
Go Birds.
Who are you calling a nerd?
I love that because I hate power rankings.
I love power rankings,
That's a great comment.
That's at least one.
What's my man's name who sent that text in?
That's at least
Good
one
stuff,
segment
Joe.
a week. All right, got 4 hours of sports to do on a daily basis. That's one segment a week, baby. I love power rankings.
Yeah, but he's right. Like, the Dynasty talk means absolutely nothing to me. I would rather
doesn't
not.
mean anything to you. It's just, do you feel uncomfortable? And there are
Very.
people that definitely feel uncomfortable. Whereas I like hearing that other people are saying it. I'm not the one saying it. I
I know. He's saying that the way you phrased it is perfect.
Yeah.
You like hearing other people talking about it, but I can't stand talking about it myself. But you like hearing
I
other
like
people
because
talking
it's somebody from the outside. It's not a lunatic Eagles fan. It's not somebody here in Philadelphia trying to be the first one to say it on the media. Andrew, you're just joining us. There is an article on Fox. Enough about the Chiefs. Could this be the beginning of an Eagles dynasty? I love hearing that somebody on the national stage is asking that question.
Well, I like seeing Howie Roseman get his props because in a season with so many storylines, it's easy to lose sight of what he's done. But, I think that might be a little premature. Let's have the team get through this week first.
Oh, man, they're going to get through this week, and then we're going to talk about the dynasty conversation.
And then, not now.
I know. I hear you. All right, coming up next, the Chiefs, are they as healthy as the Eagles are? Going into Super Bowl 59, Andrew DeCecco will break down the health of the Chiefs roster coming up next. Also, hear from Tom Brady, who talked about this Eagles roster and how dominant they are. We played it for you earlier. We'll play it again. Also, who's flying to Australia? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles have landed. I'm Connor Thomas. This update is brought to you by Rapid Radios. Their instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage for a limited time. Go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. The Eagles have landed in New Orleans, which means we finally made it to Super Bowl week. Eagles-Chiefs, February 9th from New Orleans in Super Bowl 59. Tonight at 8 p.m. will be opening night with the players fielding media questions down there in the Big Easy. Dave Zangaro joined the Best Show Ever Friday and talked about the vibe the Eagles have heading into this week.
The Eagles are a really connected team. Like, this team has the right vibe to it. And I know that that's not what always wins games, but I give Nick Sirianni a lot of credit for creating the culture around this team.
We'll keep you updated on all the news we get out of New Orleans this coming week as we prepare for the big game. Flyers fell to the Avalanche 2-0 yesterday. Sixers fell to the Celtics 118-110. Rough Sunday in Philly. Both teams off tonight. Both back in action tomorrow night. Andrew DeCecco will remain with us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. This update's also brought to you by Primo Hoagies. Make the big game Primo with a catering tray from Primo Hoagies. Plan ahead and place your orders online or on the new Primo Hoagies app. It's not just a hoagie, it's a Primo. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's time for Birds Playoff Conversation.
Fanatic, joined by Andrew DeCecco for the entire hour. Last segment, we broke down the health of the Philadelphia Eagles, and Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson, obviously eyes on them, but they're healthy going into this game, missing just one starter, and that being Nakobe Dean. So, Andrew, can you look at the opposite side? Can you look at the Kansas City Chiefs? And we'll play this Tom Brady audio in a little bit. We'll talk about the Eagles' trip to Australia in the near future. But, Andrew, tell us about the Chiefs. Obviously, they had to move around some pieces on their offensive line. Can you break down the entire team for us?
Yeah, the Kansas City Chiefs are actually pretty healthy going into this game, aside from wide receiver Sky Moore, but he doesn't really factor too prominently in their offense. But, yeah, I think both teams, you're getting them as close to at full strength as imaginable this late in the season, so it's going to be a really good game.
Well, what's going on in the offensive line? They moved the guy out from guard to tackle.
The left tackles could be a problem.
Yeah, though that's going to be a spot where I think they're going to be able to really feast off the edge. Nolan Smith and Josh Sweat, they're shuffling around some positions, so you're going to see some players playing out of position. I think that's where the Eagles have the advantage. But the one thing that Patrick Mahomes, not the one thing, but one of the things he does exceptionally is that he's able to elude the pocket and make plays outside of structure. So it doesn't always have to be perfect for him to be able to deliver the football. So the Eagles are going to have to really contain him, but also attack up the middle. I think it's going to be a big Jalen Carter game.
The pressure that the Eagles got up the middle last time was almost non-existent.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And to me, that's one of the X factors of this game. But the pressure up the middle, when you flush Patrick Mahomes, that's not always a good thing, right?
That's not always a good thing. That's why you have to be fundamentally sound, assignment sound. And this Eagles team is, because that's the way that Vic Fangio coaches. That's how the coaching staff, that's what they prioritize. But I think this time around, with Jalen Carter, with Milton Williams, it's going to be different. They're playing in a dome. They're not playing at State Farm Stadium, where you could clearly see it looked like an ice rink out there. And I was actually really underwhelmed with Javon Hargrave in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. You talk about pressure up the middle. He was a force all season, and then on the biggest stage, he didn't really do anything. That's going to be different this time, because I think that Jalen Carter is going to have a monster game.
I love that, man. I love it. All right.
Okay, that just got me excited.
First
thing of the week that got me excited.
That's good. I'm
like
glad
that.
I didn't
really
do anything for you over the first 2.5 hours.
No, you did, though. You inspired me, but just the Dynasty stuff derailed me a bit.
So our questions today, the vibe check. We'd love to hear from you on the text line at 610-632-0975. When you hear an article where they talk about the Eagles being the next dynasty, are you uncomfortable? Are you comfortable when you hear something like that? But the other thing I want to run by the audience today, we played this earlier, John. We'll play it again here now, is whether or not when you hear a greatest of all time, arguably, say something about your team, does that mean anything to you? And we're, of course, talking about Tom Brady. Now, people don't like Tom Brady around here.
Do they not? Like, the thing is, you could dislike Tom Brady. If you discount what Tom Brady has to say about football, you're a dope.
Yeah, I actually like Tom Brady. I like greatness.
I said we're probably going to have a chance to sit down with his best friend, Jay Feely from CBS Sports, down on Radio Row at some point. It's like he's a good dude, better dude than people
seems
think.
like it.
But he knows football.
Right. And so when he speaks glowingly of your team, does that do anything for you? So here was Tom Brady. He was on with Colin Cowherd last week. And listen to what he says about this Eagles roster. Then I can't wait to get Andrew's opinion on it.
Sirianni has done a great job with the adversity this year and dealing with the adversity. And, I see him hot-tempered at times. I really like that attitude that he's got. There's a lot of consistency. You see that week to week. And I think there has been a lot of consistency over the course of the season from this team. When I think they're really unstoppable is when Jalen Hurts is playing in rhythm in the pass game. Because I look at that defense. The secondary has been consistent. They've been great all year. Fangio scheme. Zach Bond's been as consistent as anybody. That D-line, Jalen Carter, Sweat, Jordan Davis, Milton Williams, those guys are consistent. So the entire defense is consistent. The running game's been there all year. That's consistent. A.J. Brown getting open man coverage at Devonta Smith. That's consistent. Goddard getting open. That's consistent. The line blocking well. That's consistent. When they can string a consistent rhythmic passing game together, I think they're pretty unstoppable.
So I'm curious, your reaction to what he had to say, and then to answer the question, when you hear Tom Brady say it, does it mean more to you?
Tom's pretty plugged in, because that's a spot-on assessment of the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles. I think if you're looking at it from the outside, it should mean more to hear somebody of that caliber who knows exactly what he's looking for, who knows how a coach conducts himself. He's just very in tune with how organizations run. And I have to think that means a little bit more coming from Tom Brady. He doesn't just say things to say things. He doesn't need to endear himself
He's not doing the tape.
to certain fan bases.
Yeah.
He has enough. He has enough support around the world. So I just think when he says something, he means it.
I love the fact of what he talks about too, the roster, and the roster of, and the roster construction and how this thing is done. Do you believe in any way youth could be an issue
in terms of preparation?
Yes.
No, I don't actually, and that's one thing.
They're counting on a lot of young guys.
I know, but that one thing that I will say, and I talked to a lot of younger players this week, and they're just not only they're excited to go out there, they also share the same mindset of those veterans, which I thought was pretty cool because they know that they're going out there to take care of business. It is a business trip. They're not looking at it as they're just happy to be there, which, I think that might sound simple enough, but some players are just happy to be there, I imagine, in certain Super Bowls. Not the Philadelphia Eagles. And they also have veteran players looking at Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell. Sure. C.J. Gardner-Johnson's been there. Slay's been there. James Bradbury's been there. All these guys are sounding boards for these younger guys as to what to expect, how to pack, how to handle media week, how to make sure you're spending time with your family and find that balance. I just think that's invaluable. And so for those reasons, John, I don't think that'll be an issue.
And how much does it help that some of the younger guys, like the Georgia Bulldogs, experience as much as not as crazy with Super Bowl week, but they experience NCAA championship, which you could speak on more.
I could tell you they play in the Georgia Bulldog players played college games in crazier atmospheres, far crazier than what they're going to face on Sunday.
Okay.
Because it's a corporate crowd.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You're 100% right.
It's not a silent count and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot less in-game distraction, I believe.
You're right.
Than there is in a normal game.
You're right. And you guys bring up an interesting point because when you do play on the highest stage of college football in their respective, divisions or what have you, you are able to pull from that because there was a player that I spoke to this week, and I don't know if you guys watched the video that the Eagles put out where Nick Sirianni asked every player to close your eyes and envision what your best game is, your best play is. And so I talked to a couple of different players, and one of them said, and he named it was his college national championship, and that they're hoping to apply those same philosophies this week. So I imagine, just like what John said, the Georgia players are doing much the same.
All right. Real quick, we're not going to spend too much time on this because it's not for another season. The Eagles are heading to Australia, Johnny.
Yeah, they are.
You were anti-Sao Paulo.
Yes.
I'm not in favor of it. I'd rather them play at Lincoln Financial Field. I didn't totally hate it, but I wasn't in favor of it. This I hate. With all due respect to Jordan Mailata, I'm sure this is a incredible moment for him.
And Laken Vakalahi, he's part of the International Pathway Program on the Eagles practice.
And Lincoln Vakalahi, good. That's awesome. But this is a whole day is gone. It's a 22-hour one-stop, two-stop flight.
You're going
both ways.
You're going to get the bye week. It's going to be week 5 or 6. Eagle sources telling me yesterday they've been assured it will be probably early October. Okay, that's where you're looking. Week 5 or 6 being the game, the bye week would proceed wherever the game falls. You get the bye week the next week. They would not play on a Sunday night or a Monday night before they travel. So they've been given certain assurances about how this is going to be handled. But to me, again, it's Jeffrey Lurie giving up a home game. For every other year, you get 9 home games. So this year you gave up the advantage of having the 9th home game, and now you're volunteering. And again, this is clear. You are volunteering to do it again. And I can tell you from what I was told, as many people that were like, wow, Australia, that sounds cool. There were as many people within the Eagles rolling their eyes going, again? We have 9 home games.
Yeah.
9 home games matters to players and coaches.
And one of the things I said to Andrew when we were talking about off the air, in the day of sports science.
Oh my gosh.
The traveling and all that.
How much of a big deal did we make? Man, the Eagles haven't had to get on a plane in 2 months.
Seriously, long time.
Now I get it. Both teams are going to have to do it. It's also the after effect.
They're going to have the bye week for that. But still, though,
get it, man.
I always wanted to go to Australia, but I don't do spiders. And some of those,
I don't do spiders.
wombats or whatever they have, kangaroos boxing in the street. I don't do that.
Connor thinks he could fight a kangaroo.
I never said that.
Connor, that kangaroo will put you on your backside.
I never once said
deep
that.
sleep.
That was a different person entirely. By the way, I love they're going to Australia. I love when the Eagles go cool new places. It's a fun thing. They'll be
it's
all
fun
right.
for you, not the guys who actually have to play in the game and coach
me,
it.
Johnny, so I like it.
What does it do for? It's like the
What does it do?
It's like the outdoor hockey
And
game.
when are you going to play when they are 18 hours ahead of you?
Right. Yeah, what are they playing?
When's
Sunday,
the game going to be
Sunday
played?
morning
Good
for
point.
us?
That's not my problem. I like that they're doing cool stuff.
My thing is like the outdoor hockey games. What does it do for you? You're watching the
It
ice.
does
You're not
nothing.
watching the stands.
Seriously.
Same with Australia. All right, coming up next. If you have any questions for Andrew, we'll get through them next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Pay, presented to you by Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com, even though there was no game for the Birds last night. That's because they didn't participate in the Pro Bowl, which is a joke. They are ready to go for Super Bowl 59, and I'm not saying...
Did you watch any?
Here's the only bit I watched. Christy, Cooper, and I went to P.J. Willihan's yesterday for an early dinner, and it was on in the big TV. So I couldn't help but look up.
You couldn't help.
But it was so stupid.
What were they doing, a hula hoop competition or something?
No, I saw them punting into the big tubes, and then I saw a touchdown pass from Goff to, I think it was Jackson Smith and Jigba. And the three guys just completely whiffed at the flag. And I was like, this is stupid. They all, by the way, the players looked miserable.
Well, it's
a lot of the players looked miserable.
Well, they're down to like the fifth alternates for some cases. I mean, it's getting ridiculous.
Plus, I got to tell you, they're not a trip to Hawaii for your family and your friends and everything like that is one thing. A trip to Orlando,
not as fun. The Hawaii thing was. I was trying to explain that to because
they used to get a free trip to Hawaii.
Said, they look like they don't want to be there.
Yeah,
because they probably don't really want to be there, or it's an honor that they're voted for, and then they get there, they're all excited, and they're like, so when's this done? How many things do I have to do?
And remember, a third of them or more were alternates.
Yeah, well,
30 to 40%
one year Tyler Huntley was elected into the Pro Bowl, and he threw 4 touchdown passes that year.
Stupid.
I mean,
So
what are we
dumb.
doing?
It is a joke.
It's dumb.
All right, we're going to get your schedule coming up in the next segment before we get you out of here. We appreciate the
Don't
hours.
tell anybody where you're staying, though.
Yeah, don't do that.
I will
Because
not.
can you imagine the women camping themselves
then
out?
maybe
Yeah,
he
or
might-
people throwing eggs at my window.
Can you imagine the women camping themselves out in the lobby?
Maybe he might want to
if
put
they
it
find out that.
Who knows?
Well,
Yeah, that's not a bad thing.
Not a bad idea there, Johnny.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Connor, what do we have on the text line? Do we have any questions for Andrew or any responses to any of our topics today? It's 610-632-0975.
Yeah, Bernsey from Florida checks in and asks football guy Andrew if he feels as though the Eagles can employ the same type of defense they did to keep Jaden Daniels controlled on Patrick Mahomes.
That's a good point, and yes, I do. I think so, and I think it'll work this time, unlike 2022, because the Eagles have the athletes and the range to be able to pull this off, and they're also structurally sound with Vic Fangio. So I would imagine more like the first matchup with Jaden Daniels. If you guys can go back and remember that, they didn't really have to spy him, but they played a lot of discipline. They stayed in the lanes and they didn't let him get to the outside.
Now, a lot of it was probably the rib injury at the time.
True,
The first time, but then again, Patrick Mahomes' leg might break, and then they'll fix it. He'll get some sort of procedure done at halftime, and his leg will be totally
Mr. Miyagi,
fine.
Mr. Miyagi.
It's unreal what happened the last time. What else we got on the text line?
All right. We also have a question from Colby in Central PA. I know we touched on this earlier, but he's wondering about injury on the Eagles' offensive line. Is everybody seeming like they're good to go?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're 6 days out. I imagine that they're going to be good to go. Both players in the locker room. It would have to be something super drastic for either player not to give it a go for the Super Bowl. The big one here is going to be Cam Jurgens because, as we've talked about on this program, back injuries are fickle and they tend to flare up sometimes at the most odd turn. That's all it takes. But I think they're going to be okay because the Eagles are approaching it from a place of caution.
Which I like to hear. Mm-hmm. It's the are you going to go back and watch the 2023 game between the Chiefs and the Eagles? I watched it yesterday, Dork Boy. Watched the 15-minute version of it.
Well, I guess that means I'm a dork boy, too, because I'll watch it on the plane.
Can we learn anything from it? Do you believe? Or is
No.
things so different?
No, because Andy Reid, and I was talking to former Eagles offensive coordinator Brad Childress a couple weeks ago, and he said Andy Reid might run something once and then never run it again.
Yeah.
And that's the truth. He just continues to evolve year to year. So, no, I don't know that you can necessarily take anything from it.
Okay.
So this is probably a better question for later in the week, but I it's just,
Well, we're going to have them all week long, which is
but
great.
I can't wait. I'm on the FanDuel app here because they have all the props, all the fun props, and there's like the big man touchdown, all that kind of stuff. Nick Sirianni has taken pride in talking about how they're a boring team, and he doesn't care that they're boring. Do you expect any razzle dazzle in the Super Bowl?
Yes, I do. I think this is going to be.
There hasn't been. Even in the first 3 rounds of the playoffs, there has not been razzle-dazzle.
I know there's nothing to suggest that there will be, but I just have to think that in this game, knowing that you have to score touchdowns to keep pace with the Kansas City Chiefs, I think Kellen Moore is going to be deep in his bag of tricks. I think this will be a final opportunity.
He has one?
If we're of the belief that he goes to the Saints, that he's going to try and end on a high note like George Costanza, I think he's going to pull
and
out
then
all
walk
the stops.
out like that. I don't know that. I haven't seen the bag of tricks.
Maybe
Or did he
saved
just
him.
not? Or did he just not need?
I mean, I don't think they really needed him when Saquon Barkley's running for 150 yards a game.
Which, by the way, I feel like this is something that we never mentioned.
Okay.
He does get credit for the run designs, does he not?
I think that's more Jeff Stoutland. He's the run game coordinator. But, yeah, I mean, he should get credit for
when to call it.
Yeah.
Like Saquon literally said, watch. Remember that game?
Yeah.
He said, watch this. And he scored a touchdown. So, Kellen Moore, I know he's not like the passing razzle-dazzle, but the ground game is still
I got you.
under his umbrella.
Here's what I would say to you is, even though he was a guy in Dallas that truly was devoted to the running game.
Yeah, it was Zeke and Pollard.
And in fact, he led with it, and he loved to balance them out. I didn't hire him, but I didn't bring Kellen Moore here to see his bag of tricks in the run scheme.
Right. And it's funny.
His passing tree to me has been boring.
Because do you remember when he initially signed to Philadelphia, there was a misconception that they were going to go away from the running game.
Sure.
That he was going to be pass happy. Well, it's been the complete opposite here. I think you're going to see some new wrinkles in the passing game. It's just to have here, John.
By the way,
Love it.
E.J. Jenkins plus 6,000 to score a
No
touchdown.
way. I was just talking to him the other day.
Lowest odds of all players that you could bet on.
Value.
But hey, plus
Listen,
6,000, man.
Don't sleep on E.J. Jenkins.
No, I would never, man. Come on. All right, coming up next, we have one more segment with Andrew. We're going to get his schedule for the week, how you can follow him along, because he's not just going to be working with us. I know he's going to be doing some stuff with the best show ever as well. So a busy week ahead for Andrew DeCecco. And then while we talk about that, John and I will give you our schedule this week, because we will be doing shows from Radio Row Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. One more day at home. Back tomorrow here in One Bala. But Wednesday, Thursday, Friday from Radio Row. So we'll talk about that coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Drawing closer to the big game. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Corona. Join 97.5 The Fanatic this Sunday at Patty Wax on South Street starting at 2 p.m. for the big game pregame show and watch party with Andrew Salciunas and yours truly, me, Connor. Enjoy $5 Coronas, $5 Modelo drafts, and exclusive prizes. Don't miss out. Details at 975thefanatic.com. We finally made it to Super Bowl week, drawing closer to the big game, which will be Sunday, February 9th from New Orleans. Eagles Chiefs in Super Bowl 59 tonight at 8 p.m. will be opening night with the players fielding a bevy of media questions down there in New Orleans. Dave Zagaro joined the best show ever Friday, and he talked about the vibe the team has heading into this week.
Eagles are really connected. Like, this team has the right vibe to it. And I know that that's not what always wins games, but I give Nick Sirianni a lot of credit for creating the culture around this team.
With the team already down there in New Orleans, we'll keep you updated on all the news ahead of the big game this week. Flyers fell to the Avalanche 2-0 yesterday. Sixers lost to the Celtics 118-110. Both teams off tonight, both back in action tomorrow night. Andrew DeCecco stays with us for another second to round out the 8 o'clock. This update's also brought to you by Superior Fence and Rail with over a 94% satisfaction rating. Superior Fence and Rail is one of the best fencing companies in the Northeast. If you're on a fence about a fence, SuperiorFenceandRail.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
6 days until Philadelphia.
ESPN HD1 Philadelphia, Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. We got one more segment. Hang out with our man Andrew DeCecco, who we all have a very busy week, but fun busy. Nobody here is complaining.
We're loving this.
Let me make that absolutely clear. Not one of us complaining. Covering the Super Bowl, especially for John and I's favorite football team, Andrew's team that he covers on a daily basis. It's cool, and it's pretty cool to be a part of it. So, Andrew, what's your schedule this week? John and I will go through ours a little bit. We got a whole week to talk about it, but we're going to be talking to you a lot, but I know you're going to be all over the place.
Well, first I got to say I'm really looking forward to being out there with you guys. We started this back in September. We've been talking all season long, and now we get to kind of reconvene in New Orleans and talk about the big game. But on Tuesday, I got to be at the Eagles media availability at 12:40 to 1:30. Wednesday, I'll be at the Chiefs media availability from 8 a.m. to 9:15. But I'll be with you guys before that, and I'll be with you guys for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in the morning. Then the Eagles availability 10:30 to 11:45, and then Thursday, Chiefs media availability 8 to 9:15. Eagles media availability 10:30 to 11:45. And again, I'll be with you guys Monday or Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I'll also be calling in the best show ever. Both shows you guys have had me on all season. I really appreciate it.
We're looking forward to it. It's going to be a great time.
And we're going to be there, Johnny. We're going to do our shows Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Correct.
So we just did a little commercial for our YouTube feed. Shout out to our YouTube audience.
We love
Always
the traction it's getting.
We're going to do a lot of stuff on the YouTube page. So just search 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll be bringing you all kinds of stuff from Radio Row, obviously stuff around New Orleans, having fun, sports, non-sports, you name it. But Andrew's going to be joining us a lot on the show, an hour each day.
We got him
up
at
to Super Bowl
different
59.
and a little different hours. So on Wednesday, he'll be joining us for like the 6:55 to 7:55.
Right, so the 7 o'clock hour.
So he's going to join us for like the 7 o'clock hour. On Thursday, he will join us again in the same type of thing. He's going to join us in the 6 o'clock, leading the 7 o'clock hour again because of him getting the media availability. But on Friday, we may just break the wheels off him.
Yeah.
I mean, DeCecco may be there.
I have a wide open schedule.
Yeah, so
Damn
we're
right,
going to have plenty of DeCecco. You'll get all of the DeCecco knowledge. We're going to get at least one real football guy named Andrew on the show Friday.
There's two of us.
Andrew really impressed me on Friday.
I said to John,
I was like,
you were
it was
smiling
his son.
ear
He was
to
like my
ear.
son here.
I told you, that's exactly what I said.
I like that.
I said he was looking at me as if I was his own kid. I was making him so proud.
I couldn't have been more proud.
Can't wait. I'm
be
so
awesome.
excited for this event. It is going to be absolutely amazing, and we hope to bring you all with us.
It's going to be,
You know, so you follow along on Instagram and Twitter and, of course, subscribing on the YouTube page. We're bringing you all along with us.
So, Andrew, let me ask you, is there a leader in the clubhouse with the Eagles that's been not pushing a narrative, but you keep on saying how everyone's fully focused and everyone's on the same page that, look, job's not done yet. Obviously, it's more than one person. I imagine Jalen Hurts is one of those guys because that's his just attitude. That's how he's built. But who are some of the other players that are kind of telling the young guys or telling the other vets, like, hey, that was a great NFC championship. You were there. You saw them celebrate for like a few minutes, and then they started focusing on the Super Bowl right after they put up 55 points against the Commanders. Who have been some of those guys that have been leading that charge?
Lane Johnson, Brandon Graham, and I got to tell you, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, having him in that locker room has been instrumental for the Philadelphia Eagles, especially this week where he's telling the young defensive backs, look, you guys, we got to go out there. We got to win one more. He's telling them what to expect, and he's not focused. He's not focused about any of the other distractions.
Right.
He wants to go there and win a football game, and I think he still has that chip on his shoulder from coming up short a couple of years ago, and he wants to get that taste out of his mouth.
I love that.
The Darius Slay angle of Slay. You know what I mean? He wants to cash this one in.
Absolutely.
And he's done?
I think he's going to play one more year.
But it will be here?
But I don't think it'll be here. If I had to guess.
I don't believe it'll be here either.
So his decision or team's decision?
Probably team's decision.
Because like I said,
they have a lot of young
does he want to
defenders.
go to Detroit one more? Like I'm trying to figure out what's his motivation to play one more year. Like what if
he even said that he hinted at I don't know if I'm done, but if anything else, it would be one more year.
Interesting.
To make it 13 years. But there's a lot of Eagles guys that may have played their final game with a link. You know, look at Milton Williams, perhaps, maybe Isaiah Rodgers.
Yeah.
Could be Brandon Graham.
Lane Johnson made it very clear it's not.
He's not him, which I like. I like that they got that out of the way.
Out of the way, right? Because we're used to, though, is he going to be back?
I'm glad they got that out of the way. I am anxious to see some of the other decisions. I was told over the weekend by somebody that I do trust, if they want to get Milton Williams done along with Zach Bond, that Zach Bond, I was told again, is not leaving the building.
I have a hard time envisioning the Eagles letting him leave the building.
But could they do, in your mind, Bond and Williams is 50% likely, 40 less than 50?
I think Bond's more likely than Milton.
No, but together, the combo.
If a team offers Milton Williams,
maybe 40%, you get them both. Because Milton Williams is he's a player who plays a position of value, and he offers positional versatility at end tackle, and his best football is yet to come. I think he's going to command a ton of money on the open market.
Well, if his best football is yet to come, isn't that somebody you'd be willing to invest in then?
Yeah, but they have Jalen Carter, they have Jordan Davis.
Right, you got to invest other places.
Yeah.
Right. Well, the one thing is, too, is that good we have Andrew Pacheco with us because it is a loaded defensive tackle draft.
Absolutely.
Loaded.
Yeah.
So that's good.
By the way, you know what? One of the cool things about like when your team's in the Super Bowl. So I just saw a tweet from John Clark. He tweeted it out yesterday that there's like a big Eagles Pepsi advertisement inside the Philadelphia International Airport. I noticed it this morning driving into work. Above the toll booths coming off of the Ben Franklin Bridge is the big "Let's Hunt" sign.
Oh, that's
that got me fired up this morning, man.
I love the.
You can have my Let's Hunt mug. I have it in my bag. You can have it. You drink coffee?
All the time.
I don't know which.
I got a 3-year-old.
I don't know which until we get down there. There's not a ton of the skyscraper hotels like there are in other areas. I'm anxious to see, too, the hotel that gets wrapped. I love the Lombardi Trophy on the side of a hotel where they literally wrap the entire hotel. I always like that when I'm at a Super Bowl. Looking at the buildings, it just feels a little bit bigger.
Yeah, you're right. You know, now you have me thinking back to that final night right before the game 2 years ago. I'm walking the streets of Glendale, Arizona, and there's this building there that had that exact Lombardi silhouette on the building, and I just remember thinking, I'm covering my first Super Bowl tomorrow.
Yeah,
which is fantastic.
What do you got, Connor?
I was just going to say, I was out in Center City yesterday. I was walking out of brunch, and there's a big office building right by Independence Hall, and they had the Fly Eagles Fly like printer paper taped on multiple floors in the window, like spelling it out.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
I love that.
The city's ready. Like, we're fired up, man.
Forgive me. I always forget the building. The one that's like slanted here in Center City.
What?
It's a tall building, but it's got like
One
a slant.
Liberty?
Well, One Liberty's the tallest.
No, but they always have the light display, and they have like the big eagle.
The Pico building?
Is it the? I always I always.
What does the building say on it? Does that work?
No, it doesn't. They always have the light display. So when the Phillies are in the playoffs, they have the big P on it. When the Flyers are in the playoffs, they have the Flyers logo. But they got the Eagles logo going around. I love it. They changed the lights to green. I forget which building it is.
I know what you're talking about, but I'm not going to toss an idea out there and be wrong, egregiously wrong.
Somebody, you guys act like you're from Philadelphia. I'm sorry, I don't know all the buildings' names. All right, what happened in the text?
I always love that. That's the worst flex of all time. The person who lives in the city that's like, you're not from the city. You're from Delco.
Yeah.
You're from Chesco. Screw you.
Yeah.
And please
lame.
shush. Shush.
All right, so we have some non-Eagles fans checking in today because their teams aren't playing still. So Bobby from Chalfont, who says he is a Patriots fan, love the confidence, but I hope it's just you guys that feel that way. As a Patriots fan, that overconfidence is dangerous in the locker room. Giants and Eagles still give me nightmares for Philly. I hope the boys are focused like Alshon Jeffrey was.
Don't worry, because what the thing is about the Giants, like the Patriots not being focused for the Giants, the Patriots were already champions multiple times. The Eagles are hungry. They're not
they
worried
definitely.
about
I could say that from being there. They definitely are. They're not satisfied.
The Eagles are what?
No, don't start with that nonsense.
You said it. I didn't say it.
Stupid. They're not dogs. They're not
So
dogs.
they're just hungry.
They're the better team.
Do hungry guys run faster?
I don't know.
We'll look into it.
Well, I can tell you at the Shady Maple the other day, nobody was moving too fast, but they were all eating.
By the way, it's the Sierra Center, which is next to the 30th Street Station.
I couldn't have told you the Sierra Center for the.
Yeah, I don't know what the name of it is, but you know the building I'm talking about. It's the big skyscraper that's like slanted at the top.
The one on the water you see when you're coming down 76.
Yeah, it's got the big
getting on the
logo.
bike.
I pass it every night when I'm coming home from the
I
station.
never knew the name. See, you learn something new on this show. All right, give us one more text, Connor, before we get Andrew out of here.
All right, we have a check-in here from Tommy in Virginia. This is a weird one, but is there any reason why Jeff Stoutland wouldn't be promoted to offensive coordinator if Kellen Moore leaves?
He doesn't want it.
Yeah, he doesn't want it.
That's not what
He's
he wants to
content doing the job that he's doing right now.
He's the best in the NFL at what he does. Why would you want to take the person who's best in the NFL what they do?
And he gets compensated quite well.
I'm told he's paid higher than some coordinators.
Wouldn't surprise me.
How about that?
There's a couple of reasons for you.
Yeah, it's
But when it comes to this team and they want the offensive lineman, it's the trenches,
right,
man.
exactly. And they're going to draft one or two. They're going to draft one or two more this year.
Oh, you know they are.
That go into the university and start learning.
You're flying down tomorrow, correct?
7 a.m. I'll be in the air.
Good.
This time tomorrow
All
morning.
right, have a safe trip. We'll meet you.
We'll see you down there. Have oysters tomorrow night.
We'll meet you tomorrow night. All
Yeah, I
right?
can't wait.
So have a safe trip down. We'll catch up with you on Tuesday. And then, of course, a busy week for you with us, but also your own personal life. Guys, Andrew DiCecco doesn't just do Kincade and Salciunas. He does a whole lot more. So make sure you follow him along. All right, thanks, brother. We appreciate it. All right, coming up next, we're going to reset the show. We're going to play that Brady audio again. I wonder, have Eagles fans checked in? When you hear somebody considered the greatest quarterback of all time speak glowingly about the Philadelphia Eagles, who, by the way, he's doing the game of in Super Bowl 59, does that do something for you? It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The big game in the Big Easy. Philly and KC. Keep it here for the best birds.
Mike Missanelli Show coming your way at 10 o'clock on this football Monday. Presented to you by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. By the way, we have some Sixers tickets to give away, Johnny. Let's give away a pair of tickets to see Luka. Oh, wait, no. The Dallas Mavericks. The Dallas Mavericks traded their 25-year-old superstar for a banged-up center who is good when healthy, but they're worried about Luka's conditioning and whatever. These tickets are still cool. How about we do both?
How
Callers,
about it?
Give me a number, Johnny.
7.
7, of course. 7 and 9?
7 and 9's good.
All right, caller 7 and caller 9. 215-263-0975. Sorry if you're caller number 8. Call now to win your pair of tickets for the Sixers game, which is coming up on
tomorrow night.
Okay, it says Thursday, February 4th on the copy. I got very confused. So it is tomorrow night?
Yes.
All right, 7 o'clock versus the Dallas Mavericks at the Wells Fargo Center. Single game tickets are on sale now at Sixers.com. Caller 7 and 9, 215-263-0975. Still cool to go to a sporting event.
Those are amazing tickets.
It's awesome.
Yes.
You get to be one of the first away crowds to troll the Mavericks for one of the dumbest. If anybody could troll somebody like Philly, like I haven't seen them, so go get them. Tell them how stupid they are.
Well, they got trolled just last night alone.
Yeah, man.
Did you see the score of that game? The Mavericks lost 144 to 101.
Well, I think they were stunned and shocked.
Yeah.
Absolutely shocked.
All of them. Everybody should be stunned and shocked that they made that trade. All right, let's play the Brady clip one more time for you guys. And I'm curious. I would love for people to chime in here and let us know if it does anything for you when you hear Tom Brady speak the way that he does against the Philadelphia Eagles. And again, we're not playing a clip from like Nick Wright here, where he says things because he has to, because it's
correct.
It's the gig, right?
Because look, Jack Sparrow is trying to get eyeballs and ears.
And
so that's
so are
what he
all
does.
those shows, Chase
That's what he
Daniels.
does.
We just try to hold them accountable because they'll speak out of both sides of their mouth, or they'll change their opinion. But when they change their opinion, it's how come people – the Chase Daniel one saying it's time to put respect on Jalen Hurts' name. Like, dude, look in the mirror and say that because you're the one that's been disrespectful. Tom Brady, this is no hot take. Tom Brady is just former superstar quarterback, now color analyst and part owner of the Raiders. Here he is talking about the Philadelphia Eagles and their roster going into Super Bowl 59.
Sirianni has done a great job with the adversity this year and dealing with the adversity. And, I see him hot-tempered at times. I really like that attitude that he's got. There's a lot of consistency. You see that week to week. And I think there has been a lot of consistency over the course of the season from this team. When I think they're really unstoppable is when Jalen Hurts is playing in rhythm in the pass game. Because I look at that defense. The secondary has been consistent. They've been great all year. Fangio scheme. Zach Bond's been as consistent as anybody. That D-line, Jalen Carter, Sweat, Jordan Davis, Milton Williams, those guys are consistent. So the entire defense is consistent. The running game's been there all year. That's consistent. A.J. Brown getting open man coverage at Devontae Smith. That's consistent. Goddard getting open. That's consistent. The line blocking well. That's consistent. When they can string a consistent rhythmic passing game together, I think they're pretty unstoppable.
I love that, dude. Like that does something for me.
It should do something for you. And if you're anti-Brady, for God's sakes, grow up. He is. If he talks about the game of football, you don't know more. Listen to him. Listen to what he says and what he sees, and just his talk of the roster. Because as Kevin Burkhardt would tell you himself, he's a studier. He did study for the job. He didn't just show up for the games and just talk.
Yeah.
He's a studier. He loves this Eagles roster. And you know who else loved this Eagles roster? I'm sure we'll have some of it during this week because he'll definitely create some content. Bill Belichick loves this roster.
He does love this roster. I'm sure he wished he was the head coach of this roster.
And I think Bill Belichick is saying, I tried to behind the scenes get that job.
Oh, yeah, he absolutely did try.
Because he saw this coming. He saw what the potential was. And, boy, did it turn out nicely.
But my thing with the Brady thing, right? Like, I totally get why people hear that, and they're like, that's awesome. He's the greatest quarterback of all time. I love to hear him talking up this team. We had the Peyton Manning clip a while ago of him lauding Jalen Hurts and his performance this year. And my thought on this is the same. Like, I don't need Tom Brady to tell me this team is good. Like, we knew this, Tom.
I get it, but here's the thing. The reason why you celebrate Peyton Manning saying it, because he's just talking ball. And it's not Chase Daniel or Emmanuel Lacho like spewing nonsense because they have a different job, and their job is to get reaction, get clicks, get eyeballs on their show. It's nice to hear from somebody that's just strictly talking football.
No, I got
not worried
you.
about passing games and not worried about drama. They're just saying, look at this roster. This is really good. So that's why it does something for me, because it almost makes you breathe like a sigh of relief. Like, all right, people do realize that this team's actually good.
Yeah, but like, there's no way not to realize it. That's my thing. Like, welcome to the party, Tom. Welcome to the party, Peyton. We've been on it.
And I get it. Like, how many times have we talked about? Well, this player mentioned it, or this person mentioned it on the broadcast, and I've said I don't care what they say. Like, I've seen it with my own eyes, and I get it. Maybe I should take into account what a former professional athlete has to say about a position. I'll listen to him, but I won't base my opinion off of it. But that's not the point. I'm just saying I like hearing. I will celebrate the fact that Tom Brady is speaking glowingly of the Eagles.
Well, if anybody thinks that their opinion on the matter is more informed or more whatever than Tom Brady's, I'm just going to say to you, I think you have a high opinion of yourself.
Well, no, it's not more informed. I'm just saying, like, I don't need to wait for Tom Brady to tell me, yeah, this Eagles team's good. I've seen it all year. Like, we've been on it before Tom Brady.
We did this about, like, the Phillies. Like, you've been – well, John Kruk said, and I go, well, respectfully, like, sometimes I see something differently than John Kruk does. I remember we've had that exact same conversation on this show. I will value his opinion. I'll value any former professional athlete's opinion. But
the thing is, an employee of a team is different than an independent.
True. Yeah.
A guy who's an employee of the Eagles or employee of the Phillies talking about them is different.
Right.
Than a guy who just has nothing to gain. And I'm telling you this, Brady likes the birds in the bowl.
And that makes me happy.
He likes the birds in the bowl. A lot of times the color analyst doesn't want to give that much side. I think he's letting it seep out a little bit.
You know why? He doesn't want his legacy being tarnished.
Well, he beat Mahomes in the Super Bowl. He doesn't care about that.
Oh, he still wants the record.
Yes,
but he beat Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
Yes,
he always has that.
Oh, man, Eric Dickerson didn't want Saquon to break it. And then once he didn't break it, he did the whole, I would have celebrated.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, way to backtrack.
Put your goggles back on.
All right, coming up next, CBS, Johnny, did an article of bold predictions heading into the Super Bowl. One of them agrees with a text that you sent me last night.
Oh!
It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Monday, the week of Super Bowl 59 here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Welcome to Super Bowl week. I'm Connor Thomas. This update is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. Bet365. Download the app today. We finally made it to Super Bowl week. Eagles Chiefs February 9th from New Orleans and Super Bowl 59 tonight at 8 p.m. It's opening night. Players will be taking a lot of questions from media, national media, local media, everybody down there in New Orleans. Dave Zangaro is going to join, or he did join the Best Show Ever Friday, though, and talked about the vibe that this team has heading into the week of the big game.
The Eagles are a really connected team. Like, this team has the right vibe to it. And I know that that's not what always wins games, but I give Nick Sirianni a lot of credit for creating the culture around this team.
Part of the vibe is going to be the focus needed during this week. With the circus going on around them, we'll keep you updated on all the news from the Eagles as they prepare for the big game. Flyers fell to the Avalanche 2-0 yesterday. Sixers lost to the Celtics 118-110. Both teams are off tonight. They'll be back in action tomorrow night. This update's also brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing Philly the best comics of today and tomorrow live every week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
What's up, everybody? It's Bill Collins.
It is 9:25 on Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Are you feeling it, Johnny? Like what's Monday morning you're feeling? Again, topic aside of how good you're feeling about the game. I just mean, does it feel like Super Bowl week 2 yet?
It does. It does now. And all the excitement about and all the planning we're doing for Wednesday through Friday shows down there in New Orleans, stuff's coming together.
Yeah.
And I've said it before, and if you are making the trip or if you're just coming along with us virtually, New Orleans is absolutely my favorite Super Bowl venue, and it's not close.
Yeah.
It's not close.
You know what?
It's awesome.
This weekend was fun. I was texting buddies, Patty Wax, getting the crew together to watch the Super Bowl. Like, I've been feeling it even over the weekend, even though life was crazy, chasing Coop around, blah, blah, blah. You're texting your buddies like, what do you want to do for the big one?
See, this is where you're going to make me feel guilty right now.
No, we talked about this.
I still have not come to a decision on what I want to do on Sunday. But my gut instinct is saying to me, just watch the game by myself.
I've done it, and I love it.
You've done it. Having friends or family around and being like, but I really don't want any distraction on game day.
All right, so here's I'll tell you my honest.
Okay.
I did this in 2017 in the Super Bowl. My wife was working. She didn't get home till the second half of the game. She's not a big sports fan, so it's not like she was racing to get home. So she didn't get home till the halftime show, or right when the second half was about to start.
Okay.
So I pretty much watched that game by myself. She sat there for the second half.
All right.
I was totally fine with the silence. Broadcast only, me and the dog.
And just soaking it in.
But when they won was when it sucked.
Yeah, dude, I couldn't.
That's it.
I couldn't do a game by myself.
When they won, I hugged Christy, and I still can hear her saying, "Oh my God, you're shaking." And I said to her, I was like, "You don't know how much this means to me." And of course, everybody else in Philadelphia
that they won.
But because she's not a big sports fan,
and
she didn't get it.
And I get that too. It's the idea is that I remember I was hosting the Bellagio's Super Bowl party.
Yeah.
They have this gigantic screen. And when that ball hit the ground, I remember the tears started to flow, not weeping.
Right.
But just the tears of joy happened. And then FaceTiming with my girls who were back in Atlanta.
Yeah, you're looking to hug them, but they're not with you.
And I'm like, and I go, but I really do just want to. I think I just want to be by myself.
And look, again, from kickoff to the final buzzer.
And then I can get out. I mean, the neighborhood Landview can get crazy from time to time.
Yeah, and your neighbors. I didn't know my neighbors. I had just moved. Christy and I
You saw it when I got back from the stadium the other night. My neighbors were in my driveway, and they were all doing champagne. Mostly because they don't have to get up in the morning and go to work.
By the way, real quick.
Unlike I do.
You were not in on Friday.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw.
What's that?
We joke around about Gilly, right?
Yeah, sure. Gilly the kid, baby. They made a big deal of him yesterday, too. He upstaged the event.
I think it's really cool that he's bringing his neighbor. The guy, have you ever watched the videos of him dancing afterward?
I have.
His neighbor with the broom?
Yes.
I think it's cool that he's bringing him to the Super Bowl.
That's great.
That's awesome. And that's community. And that's a beautiful thing.
That is great.
All right, CBS, their 5 bold predictions going into Super Bowl 59.
Bold and beautiful.
Number 1, the team that scores last will not win.
I agree with that one.
And that goes to your point. I mean, you think the Eagles win somewhat comfortably.
Somewhat comfortably, but it'll never be with Patrick Mahomes. It'll never be comfortable.
So they did a simulation.
Okay.
Connor, if this is, I don't know who loses it first, because Connor and I are going to be watching the game together at Patty Wax.
Right.
In the simulation, the Eagles beat the Chiefs to win the game. We're celebrating. We're parading umbrellas.
Love that.
What did they come with the score?
But it
Did
didn't
they tell you?
It doesn't say the score,
Okay.
but here's what they say. But it didn't come without a frantic 21-point comeback by the Chiefs.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't think anybody.
No, I'd vomit.
There might legitimately be a heart attack watching the game if that happened.
I would vomit.
The Eagles, they say they win by a mere field goal.
Oh, my gosh. I would vomit if that was the case because I watched a city literally get – I'm telling you this. Atlanta will never recover from blowing that Super Bowl. And to sit there and watch that game disintegrate from 28 to 3.
Dude.
And I was at the Bellagio watching it with the people who paid to be there for the big party and watching people who tore up Patriots tickets trying to put together tickets on the Patriots.
Oh,
it was
my God, really?
Oh, yeah. People in anger.
Yeah.
That thought, there's 2 minutes left in the third. Look, 3 minutes left in the third quarter. It's 28-3. End of the third quarter, it's 28-9.
Yeah.
Nobody saw that coming. And so I will not, until the spike is through Patrick Mahomes' heart.
21.
The wooden spike.
Could you imagine living through that?
I want to put salt in his mouth and sew up his lips.
Which, by the way,
that's what you do to a werewolf.
So the reason why this is
a werewolf
feels like a step too far.
The reason why this is a bold prediction.
Yes.
18 of the last 19 Super Bowls.
Yes.
The team that scored last won the game.
18 of 19?
And it's been 11 straight. The one team that didn't score last and won, the Ravens intentionally took a safety against the Niners. So the Niners got the 2 points.
Oh, yeah.
But they intentionally took the safety to run out clock and win.
In the Harbaugh Bowl,
so
right?
18 of the last 19.
The
but let's
blackout
face
game.
Let's face it. If we 19
gosh.
straight.
No.
Unintentionally or intentionally taking a safety. That's
Okay.
crazy. All right, number 2, Saquon Barkley exceeds 100 yards rushing. They say, wait, I thought this was supposed to be a bold prediction story. But they talk about the amount of games straight the Chiefs have gone 18 straight playoff games without allowing an individual 100-yard
Doesn't
rusher.
bother me in the least.
No, me neither.
Doesn't bother me in the least.
Yeah, that ends Sunday.
Travis Kelce breaks his own Super Bowl record.
Travis Kelce's going to have a game.
And I agree with you. Dallas Goedert leads Eagles in receiving.
Oh, that's tasty. Now, you see, that is tasty.
In an offense that boasts 2-star wide receivers in A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, this is arguably the boldest of predictions. But Dallas Goedert has an enticing matchup against the Chiefs. So there's all reason to this. It's not like somebody just threw this out there. The Chiefs' defense has been pretty susceptible to tight ends this season, allowing the most receiving yards per game to the position in the entire league.
How about that one?
Meanwhile, Goddard has put together a strong postseason and was second on the team with 85 receiving yards just in the NFC Championship game, 11 yards shy of A.J. Brown. Goddard led the team in receiving the divisional round and was second in the wild card round. So that actually it's possible.
Some teams against the Chiefs, and this is Dork Boy again. I'm stealing this from the Kansas City Star, by the way. Have lined up wide receivers, bigger-bodied wide receivers, as a second tight end, and then put another wide receiver on the outside. So could an A.J. Brown at times be sort of put as a two tights and try to, because of the favorable matchups. The Chiefs have been terrible against that.
Now, last one.
Yeah.
And, John, you texted us about the tight ends.
Okay.
Their final bold prediction plays off of Travis Kelce's and Dallas Goedert's. A tight end will win Super Bowl MVP.
Nope.
No.
I can't believe it either.
No, because they're going to be so looking for this Saquon story. The Saquon story is going to be the Eagles story they're tracking. And to me, Saquon, if the Eagles can win and Saquon goes over 100 yards, as long as he gets in the end zone, they're going to be looking to give it to Saquon.
And, oh, by the way, if Goddard has like a touchdown and 80 yards, who's the one that's throwing it?
Yeah, it hurts. It would have to be Kelce, and the Chiefs aren't winning the game, so it's not possible.
Right.
Right.
I like
exactly.
that, Connor.
By the way, it would be the first time ever a tight end wins Super Bowl MVP.
Nah,
so
I don't think it's happening.
It's not going to happen, but good to dream, especially when Dallas Goedert, it's plus 12,000 for him to win Super Bowl MVP.
Well, that's worth putting a couple bucks down on.
If you want to
put a couple bucks down on it and do it.
Especially when there's numbers to back it up, kind of, that he could have a big game.
I do believe Dallas Goedert should have a big game, and I do believe, though, Travis Kelce is a problem on Sunday.
I agree with you.
Could be a problem.
But it could be a design problem.
No, it could be. Absolutely. We've seen it before.
All right, coming up next, we got the key three best minutes from today's show. We'll take a look at some of the text messages that have been coming in throughout the show. And I have a couple of prop bets. We'll do more and more of these as the week goes on.
Friday, we have to put together a Mondo.
We have to.
Yes.
But we're not going to do like a prop bet show, right? So I'll throw some more and more as the week goes on. But a couple of prop bets in front of me that I'll give to you coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas on the week of Super Bowl 59, where your team is in it, ladies and gentlemen. Your Philadelphia Eagles are in it. We'll be right back here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update.
Kincade and Salciunas key 3 coming up in a few minutes. We'll check our text line.
Appreciate that.
But Johnny, I have on my FanDuel app, and I'm sure you have great bets on
my Bet Parks app. I got it.
And Connor, I'm sure you have some great bets
on Caesar Sportsbook.
I'm putting them together already.
Damn right you are. So I have one in front of me that's like a lock. You just have to put money on.
Okay, you say lock.
No, lock. Not lock as in it's going to hit. Just sorry.
That's what a lock means.
Okay, fine. Let me rephrase this.
Okay.
You should just put money on it. It's whether or not there will be a scoregami. No is minus 10,000. So you're not going to put down 10 grand.
You put $1 and you win 100.
Well, yes is plus 2,500.
Oh.
So yes is not the favorite. The favorite is no. You put $5 down the scoregami bet, and if it hits, you get 125.
That's worth it.
You might as well, right?
And have a little fun.
Exactly.
And plus 2.
I thought you were a scoregami guy.
I love scoregami.
That's what I'm saying.
A true scoregami guy realizes how rare it is. That's why it's so special. I don't know.
The thing is, though, Connor, here's what I would say to you on that. Go back and look at just the page, whether it's the wiki page or anything like that just lists Super Bowl scores. You find like the weirdest scores.
Yeah, because people go for 2 a lot more often.
You don't see you don't see a lot of like 20-17, 23-20. You see all these weird scores, and you say to yourself, wow, maybe there's going to be some things. Like I always say, will someone go for the 2-point conversion? I bet it every year.
Oh, you have to.
Bet it every year. And you can bet it over 1.5 on some of the apps, too. Will be attempted more than twice, more than once. There's things that happen in Super Bowls because it's the last game. It's the last. You got to coaches roll the dice on stuff.
All right, here's one that I like. Plus 1,200. $5 bet, $60.
Okay.
Nolan Smith to record a sack and Quinyon Mitchell to record a pick. The sack I feel very comfortable about.
Yeah, I feel comfortable.
You gotta get the INT. You throw up a prayer at the end. You're desperate.
Yeah.
And there's Quinyon Mitchell.
And all of a sudden, Quinyon's gotten 2 of the last 3 games. He's gotten an interception, right?
There's one that I like.
Okay.
There's this one. I don't
like combos on that.
I hear you. But these are the fun props that they give you. This one I would never touch. Dallas Goedert to record 6+ receptions and 5+ rushing yards. Who's betting that?
Well, he ran 2 sweeps last week?
2 sweeps. And here's what I'm going to tell you too. What's the number right now on your app on Jalen Hurts rushing yards? And I'm going to get into this during the week because Nerd Boy was at work yesterday.
I'm sure he was.
Okay. What's the number? Is it anything that doesn't begin with a 4?
There's so many.
Jalen Hurts rushing yards. If it doesn't begin with a 4, they're stupid.
All right, player rushing yards. Oh, I totally agree with you.
What's the number?
40.5.
Okay, that's a right. Okay, I am absolutely betting that over. And I will tell you later in the week why quarterbacks much less talented with their feet than Jalen Hurts have piled up the yards running on this Chiefs defense. So
I'll throw that in the SGP.
I'd grab that right now, though, before it moves, because I think that number will move.
Okay. Fair enough.
There you go.
All right, Connor, what do we have on the text line before we get to the key 3?
Real quick, while we have props up, by the way, I have come to some formulation.
The coin toss?
I'm not ready for the announcement yet. We will get it later this week, but I have come to my mind's eye determination, so now I have to do the research to back it up.
What time are we doing this during our pick segment on Friday?
I guess we'll do it, 9:35.
That has to be one of your 4 props.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Has to be.
And he's already in 3rd place. It doesn't matter, but it's okay, though. I mean, it's going to be good for the people.
9 out of 10 years, baby.
I would tell you that Brendan Gunn tomorrow will also give us the simulation. If you don't know what B. Gunn did during the NFC title game. During the NFC title game, he played the simulation, and we laughed at the score that he came up with. It was off by 3 points.
Yeah, he had 52 points for the Eagles, yeah.
I'm going to tell you, tomorrow morning, we will unveil the simulation at Brendan Gunn's simulation.
And then you got to bet it because odds are it might be
Got to go
correct.
for it. Could be.
All right, what else we got on the text line?
Blaine in Kentucky says, Brady's comments make me smile a little. Yes, it's nice to hear someone of his caliber talk glowingly about our team. That being said, I also have to be realistic. He wants Mahomes to lose and not get 3 straight. He doesn't want his status as the GOAT being taken this
I joke
quickly.
around about that. I don't think that's why he's speaking glowingly of the Eagles.
No,
I
absolutely
really don't.
Ridiculous.
Now, look, I'm sure there's a clip that's being played in Kansas City right now. We're playing the Eagles one, right? That was the one that was on the website.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
I'm sure Colin Cowherd asked Brady about the Chiefs. And there's probably a glowing review on Kansas City and everything that they've been able to accomplish. Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid. We're just playing you the Eagles one because we're here in Philadelphia. So I don't think he's saying that just because he wants his legacy to uphold.
And by the way, from our socials, it's clear that Kansas City sports radio must suck.
Yeah,
because
we got
they
a lot of
love
listeners.
they love it. I'm glad they're listening too.
They're hate listening.
I'm glad they're listening.
And that's okay. I appreciate hate listening.
We're happy you're all going to hear.
Yeah, welcome, Chiefs Kingdom.
Yes.
Exactly. All right, it is time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show, brought to us by Vonsey Brewing.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Johnny, I just heard you in the little open there. Birds are NFC champions. That's old news. Welcome to Super Bowl week.
We made it. We made it. We've arrived at Super Bowl week. We've talked about this game since the summer. Would the Eagles be able to get here? They got here, and I want everybody to enjoy every freaking minute of this week.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot of fun all week long. So it's a vibe check Monday, and I want to know where the people are at as we're getting closer and closer to this game. On Friday, you were out on Friday, took a personal day. So Connor and I did the show, and part of the show was the reaction or the conversation that we had Thursday night. We were at the Phillies Sports Trip Eagles Give Back,
which was awesome.
Amazing.
Really nice event.
And every Eagles fan that you talked to, and there was over 150 Eagles fans there, was just oozing with confidence going into this game. Like, everyone's kind of on the same page. They realize that the Eagles are the better team. They do realize that the Chiefs have Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes and Steve Spagnolo, which is obviously some key factors, major factors.
Yeah, let's take that into consideration a little
Absolutely.
bit. Yeah.
They're going for a three-peat, whereas the Eagles are trying to get one. So we understand all those factors, but once you put those aside, which it's a big kind of rock to move, you realize that the Eagles are the better team. And if it was the exact same conversation, but it was Josh Allen and Sean McDermott, the Eagles are the favorites going into this game because the Eagles are the better team overall talent-wise compared to the Buffalo Bills. The same goes between the Eagles and Chiefs, but because the Chiefs have Mahomes and Andy Reid and Spags, obviously that's a big part when it comes to setting the line.
No one's going to talk me out of the fact exactly what you just stated. The Eagles are the better team, and I'm not going to let any of the noise of the week distract me from the Eagles are the better team. And no one can argue if they're going to go factually, groups by groups. If you want to talk head coach, Andy Reid gets the edge. If you're going to talk quarterback, yes, Patrick Mahomes gets the edge. But if you're telling me that you can go other groups and say, oh man, well, the Chiefs are definitely better here, you're stretching. So no one is going to move me off that. I'm not going to let any of the angst of the week of going, you're going up against one of the all-time greats, move me off the fact the Birds are the better team in this matchup.
You'll have butterflies.
If you just talk football, if you overlay the roster and you asked an NFL coach, you asked them and say, what crew would you take here? What running back would you take? What top 2 wide receivers would you take? How would you go here with the defensive secondary? And I do believe the defensive secondary, which, by the way, I think is fairly close. I really love the Eagles in this game. I think they're the better team, and I'm not going to be moved off of it. I'm not going to let any of the angst of the week change my opinion.
Andrew DeCecco is here with us for the entire 8 o'clock
He
hour.
never rests until the football season's over.
What I will say is the Eagles do a remarkable job of finding ways to rest players, to make sure that they're fresh, whether it's Josh Sweat, who's playing a ton of snaps, or whether it's Saquon Barkley, Jordan Mailata. And I think that their approach in getting the players as healthy as possible to the game shouldn't be overlooked. They'll be ready.
Yeah, you'll have butterflies.
Yes,
you'll have
absolutely.
Natural human nerves, but when it comes to the game itself, like, you're not going to do the radio bait and switch.
No, I'm not going to do it, yes.
That we see in the city all the time.
All of
a sudden I'm nervous,
by
or all of a sudden
Friday,
I'm confident. It always sways.
And I'm also going to say it clearly from the beginning of the week. So there's no wavering, and I'm not going to, if you're on a fence, about a fence, the Philadelphia Eagles not only will win the Super Bowl, should win the Super Bowl. And this should not be a game that we're talking about next Monday where they have lost. They should be the favorites. In my mind, they are the favorites.
I agree with you.
And they better deliver. They better deliver, because I don't believe that this should be one that we just go, oh, well, it's great. They had a great season, but they ran up against Patrick Mahomes. No, you ran up against Patrick Mahomes, and you had the better team. So I'm saying that a week out. So no nonsense.
Right. Okay. Now,
no wavering.
All right, that is the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show. No wavering, Johnny.
None. And I don't want any of it this week. No waffling.
Nobody should.
No waffle
you feel good,
stuff.
You feel good. Key 3 brought to us by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Check out their Key 3 like the OG Pills, a legendary Philly lager, gold medal winner of the 2023 World Beer Cup for Best American Pilsner.
And
the Walking on Clouds, Von C's flagship hazy IPA.
And the Vienna lager. It's awesome. It's all the German ingredients, all like mixed into one big batch. Go visit them in Norristown, VonCBrewing.com.
You gonna bring Von C down in New Orleans with you?
I don't think
you're not allowed to bring a can of beer?
No. I would say more is make a trip to Von C before your Super Bowl party.
That's right. You did say that.
Go do that. Make sure you have some on hand. You'll love it. Yeah. I can't wait. I'm very excited. I hope people are feeling the excitement and the energy and everything that's going to be coming out of the station all week long.
I mean, look, again, we live in different areas. So you said it was kind of like
I think it's but
tamed.
But the thing is, I didn't think it was a bad thing.
I know.
Because to me, it seems like I'm getting the idea that people are saying, I think we're winning. I believe we're winning.
I just haven't seen it tamed. I've seen everyone's fired up. Everybody that have talked to and interacted with, it's not tamed right now.
I would ask everybody this week, take the word think out of your vocabulary and substitute it for the word believe. I believe Saquon Barkley is going to kick the Chiefs back. I believe the Eagles defense is going to be able to stand up really well against those wide receivers. Take the word think and make it believe. And I promise you, just by changing that word, it'll change your feeling about the game and the bravado of the event.
Love that.
Just think about it.
Tell you what's not going to be tamed, the Rally House today.
Dude.
With Mike and Bill out there.
Are they out Rally House?
Where are they
That's my
today?
bad. Is it?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Connor, I can only tell you that the other day I visited the brand new Rally House near me in Exton, which is freaking unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
And I would tell you this. I was looking for people in the piles. I mean, like, there was stuff everywhere.
It's your city, it's your house.
It was unfreaking believable. Rally House has got you covered, and it's just going to be a great week. And the joy in the city of Philadelphia today is great. Do want to say, though, too, I said it yesterday on social media. Really applaud the way the city, the first responder, the mayor, took care of people. You used to live out in Northeast Philly.
Yeah. Oh
after
my God.
Friday
you know
nights,
you're shame
after
on us.
Friday night's disaster, and Mayor Sherrell Parker's been front and center, but the first responders.
Oh yeah, thank
the
everyone,
city,
man.
the way the city handled this, we should be really, really proud of the people who did that, and for everybody affected out there.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
And it's not. Obviously, our hearts go out to everybody who lost a life, but just imagine just being in the area, the mental toll that could take on somebody.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, thinking of all you guys up there.
Yeah, so.
It is, and we love you all out in the Northeast and big time.
Yep.
Hey, support life-saving cancer. Join us and our generous partners, H&H Heating and Air Conditioning, and make a donation today to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it at 97/AACR. I'm living proof. Cancer research saves lives. It's getting me to another Super Bowl week.
Damn right it is.
I love that.
Mike Missanelli Show coming your way next with Bill Colarulo and, of course, the young Ray Dunn. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning for one more here in Philadelphia.
And the
before we make
simulation
our journey.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
we find out the score.
The Eagles win. It's Kincade and Salciunas. We'll be back at it tomorrow here.